All right, folks, what's going on? Welcome, welcome. We're going to be starting here in 23 minutes with Chief Market Strategist Matt Maley at Miller Tayback. A lot of you guys know him from the Stock Picks Inner Circle chat room. That's where he is all day, nonstop, trading 9 to 5, sharing his picks, giving all of you guys the insight, not just on the market, but also on trades that you make, right? It's a great community. I think you should try it out. But that's where Matt is right now. That's what we are waiting for, right? So this is a countdown for Matt to finish trading in the chat room, and then he's going to join us here, right? We're going to talk about trades, education, a lot of things actually. So just make sure you don't miss it. It's really good. There's a great presentation ahead of you. Matt's got a special treat for everybody here. We're also going to whoever joins the inner circle today, we're going to fly that person out here to Detroit, and well, no, not to Detroit, my bad, to the FinTwit conference. And we're going to send him, all expenses paid, hotel, flight, ticket. And that way you get to meet a lot of the people here at Benzinga that make the dream possible. And, it's really important. You should network, right? So just a heads up, 20 minutes, don't miss this, put it on your calendar. And we're going to start shortly. Any questions, again, in the chat at the end, okay, we will go over tickers from the chat. So just make sure you save those chats till the end. All right, guys, we'll see you here in about 20 minutes. A quick shout out there to Bob Hodges. What's going on, Bob? Good to see you here in these sessions, man. Ladies and gents, 10 minutes, 8 minutes actually, 8 minutes until we start with Chief Market Strategist Matt Maley. For you guys that are asking, where is Matt? He is in the inner circle chat room. He is trading with the members right now. That is why we're here. We're waiting for him. And once we get started in a couple minutes, just engage, participate. That way we can have a better session here, right, for everybody, including Matt and everyone. So participate, engage, ask questions. We're going to be talking about 3 simple ways on how to profit during a bear market. And we're going to talk about a lot more than that, but just for awareness, right? And also trade ideas, setups, technicals, feedback on strategies that we're using right now, and how to take advantage of the volatility, right? Don't sit on the sidelines. Stop waiting for the world to become a perfect place and just get in there and start trading the volatility, right? There's no reason to be on the sidelines if you have a pro like Matt who is literally giving you entries and exits and updates to do it. Like a computer could do it because literally he's giving you everything there, right? This is the contract I'm buying. This is the one I'm selling. I'm adding, I'm taking off. I changed my mind or whatever it is. It's very organized. And a lot of you guys are emailing me about the chat room. So I just want to let you know that anybody can join. But again, if you join today, okay, I'm going to literally hook you up and buy you a fully paid trip to the FinTwit 2022 conference in Vegas. That means that you get your hotel paid, you get your flight paid, your food, your everything. You go to the conference, you're going to meet a lot of cool people there, have fun, enjoy, have a beautiful memory. So we're going to pick one person, okay, from the people that join, right? So we're going to do a raffle. Make sure you join today by midnight. If it's after midnight, I'm sorry, but I can't help you, right? Join before midnight. If there's any issues that you can't do it today, send me an email. I'll try to work with you and we can go from there. But 6 minutes, guys. Just make sure you have everything ready. Pen and paper. Chief Market Strategist Matt Maley, Inner Circle Chat Room, lead trader. Don't miss it. We're going to start soon. So stick around here for a bit, folks. All right, all right. Let's go. Let's get this started, folks. All right. Welcome to the session here. We have Matt Maley. I'm not going to bring him in yet, okay? But I do want to let you guys know what we are going to be doing here in the session so you're not lost, all right? Welcome, everybody. Number one. My name is Rodrigo. Very nice to meet all you guys. And I want to give you guys a couple of just commentary here on what we're going to do. We're going to be starting going over a couple of trades and setups from Matt's chat room, which have been insanely good, and you'll see them for yourself, right? We're going to show you everything as far as trades, setups. We're going to talk about things that are happening in the market. And I want to give a couple shout outs here, of course, to Mr. Haynes. What's going on? We got Anderson. Anderson, you never miss one of these, bro, with Matt. Let's see. Bob Hodges, I gave you a shout out earlier, dude. You're a real OG. I've seen you a lot. H. Palit, K. Vast, SD, Doom Palm, Rancher. What's up, Rancher? Travis Cawthon. All right, we got a really nice crowd here. W. Daniels, very, very familiar faces. So I'm happy to see all you guys. What's up, Vroom? So we're going to be starting here with Matt Maley. Again, we're going to be talking about option trades, all that stuff. And if you have any questions, make sure to post it in the chat. At the end, we're going to be going over trade ideas and things like that from you, from the chat. And let's make sure that C. Platts, you got it. But yes, guys, I want to make an announcement because I might forget to say it later. Anybody that joins the Inner Circle chat room today, okay, today, right, will enter a raffle. And at the end of the month, we're going to pretty much put out the winner, right? I'm going to call this person myself. And we're going to pay this person a fully paid trip to the FinTwit conference in Vegas so that you can go out there and network and do your thing. We're going to pay for your flight, hotel, food, anything. You know, we will take you out to dinner, okay? So without further ado, let's go ahead and bring in the man of the hour, chief market strategist, 40 years in the game, Merrill Lynch, Solomon Brothers. You've seen him on CNBC, Bloomberg, but he's going to be here with us today. So shout out to Matt Maley. Let's go ahead and bring Mr. Matt in. What's going on, man? Let's see. Let's make sure that Matt's settings are good, but we do have Matt in the house. We do have him here, right?
Right. Okay. Are we okay now? Sorry about that.
Hey, what's up? How you doing, Matt?
Rodrigo, first of all, I got to turn off the masters I have playing in the background here, because if I'm looking at that, I'll never pay attention to what I'm doing. As people might notice, I got the picture of me playing golf at St. Andrews back there behind me. But anyway, sorry about that. But yeah, needless to say, I wasn't watching the Masters during the market today. That's for darn sure. With a lot of excitement, and had made some real nice trades today. Or actually, mostly took some profits on some trades we put on earlier this week.
Oh yeah, I remember
really well. And it'd be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. But tomorrow and next week with earnings coming up, things are really going to get even more interesting.
Okay, great stuff. And I mean, there's a lot to cover here, Matt. I remember when we were doing this, I think it was Sunday or Tuesday, right? You were buying puts on the market, and we were doing this live, okay, live in front of everybody here, and everybody was like, "Oh, the rally, blah blah." You know how it is, right? And then you come in there with your 40 years of experience there, and you're basically, hey guys, I don't think this is a sustainable rally. I would not put the farm on this, so we're going to go ahead and buy puts, which is what everybody else was. Everybody else went long, and here you are in the chat room, right, following your guidance, right? It's not like this is like a news or nothing like that. This is you giving them your trades in the chat room, correct?
That's right. That's right. We have we have this chat room that's open all day long, and Monday through Friday, as they say. I'm on there from 9 till 4:35 every day. Although there are days when I went in a little early today, but the market was pretty calm. But depending on what's going on in the day, if 8:30 on a day when the big inflation number comes out, I'll be making comments right after that, long before the stock market opens. But the point is, we go and we talk. People are chatting back and forth on the market, and then the specific trades that I like to do. We put those in. It's in the same site, but it's in a different room, different page, I should say, so that people don't have to try to scroll through the entire chat to find out what picks I'm making at any given time. So we have a little separate thing. It has a little alarm on it. Tells you, hey, it's actually the thing is tagged as Matt's important comments, not Matt's picks, because I do make other comments in there besides just my picks every once in a while. But I try not to fill it with too many things, just real important things, which including my picks. So if you do go in there and you've been away from the chat room for a while for whatever reason, you've been away for several hours, or and you want to see, you don't have to scroll through a lot to see any of the picks I've made on any given day. You can see them immediately. And but then we have the chat that's going on all day long, where we're just talking about the markets, talking about ideas, talking about macro issues, talking about specific stocks, specific ETFs, et cetera, et cetera. And it's worked out really, really well. We haven't been doing this but 6 months or whatever. We could have picked a better time for this to be taking place because of all the volatility. And not to ramble on too long here, but the one thing just to note is that maybe the most important thing is that with the market, last year was a lot easier. The market was going in one direction, straight up all year long. This year it's going in both. We're seeing a lot of movement in both directions, of course. But unlike in years past, when the market has been very volatile and we've seen some big downswings, we have the tools to take advantage of it. And whether it be the ETF market, of course, inverse ETFs, options on those ETFs, so we can have bets on groups or on indices. And then, of course, we now have weekly options on basically all the major stocks and most of the medium-sized stocks, and monthly options on basically almost any stock that has an option. So you no longer have to pay those huge premiums going out several months for the individual.
No, and you're doing the most basic. You're doing the most basic type of trade with options, because I do want to make sure that we clear this from the beginning, Matt. You're doing basic calls and puts. You're not doing spreads. You're not doing condors, butterflies, chicken wings, none of that stuff. You're doing the most simple type of trade that you can do literally. Like, my dog could open a Robinhood account and buy a call. That is something that is at the hands of everybody. You don't need and also keep in mind, a lot of people have this question that they're like, do I need a $25,000 account to trade options? And the contracts that you're buying, we're looking at like 90 cents, $1.20. So right. These are not expensive calls or contracts to buy. Right. And that's why anybody that has a small account, it's the best way for you to start, because you don't need that huge capital influx there in your account. But again, I wanted to show you guys the chat room really quick, because Matt is talking about it, but there's nothing like looking at it for yourself. This beauty right here has made people a lot of money. All right. I don't know if you guys remember, but some of you guys do the FXI trade, and we'll go over the trades. Okay, guys, relax. We'll go over the trades. We got FXI, Viacom. We got a lot of stuff that we want to show you. And again, this is part of Matt's strategy. Matt has a great strategy when it comes to trading options. He's been doing it for 40 years. I promise you, this is like the best thing that you could do for yourself as a trader, is actually invest in yourself, right? Nobody else will. So you have to do it. Matt, everybody, if you look at the news, I don't know if you're new, what kind of level you are with trading, but if you're looking at the news and all that stuff and you take that as a trade idea, you're doing a big mistake. Keep in mind, the big news organizations, they have an agenda, right? It's okay. It's a business. Matt has an agenda too. Matt's agenda is to make you money, period, right? No ifs and buts. And Matt knows a lot about how things are on Wall Street, right? So I think that it's great that you guys have someone like Matt, who has 40 years of doing this with full transparency, full honesty, timestamps on all the trades. And it's just great. I think you guys should join it. But yeah, this is the chat, Matt. I just wanted to show them. C Platts is saying, thanks, Matt, for the Faz pick. Nice payday today. C Platts, what's going on with Faz? Let's. Yeah,
that was the great one we had earlier this week. Was a pick I made, the FAT, which is the 3 times inverse ETF on the financial stocks, not just the bank stocks, but all the financials. It's up over 10%, and in just 3 or 4 days. And those who bought the options, of course, made several 100%. I was recommending more on the just on the ETF, but when you can make 10% in just 3 days, you're making a lot more than that if you buy the options, the call options on that one. So it worked out really well for us, and among several other trades that we made this week. But as you said, the key is and again, I'm not nothing. There's so many good people on Wall Street. I'm not trying to say anything negative, but there are people that are more theoretical, the economists and strategists, and I'm a strategist too. But I spent the first 25 years of my career as a trader, and at Solomon Brothers, which, again, the biggest, most important trading firm on Wall Street in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. I was there for 15 years in the 80s and 90s. I wasn't there in the 70s, and then Merrill Lynch, the biggest trading desk and one of the most important ones, there for 10 years after that, or almost 10 years after that, and so I have an idea of what's really going on. Well, not what theoretically should go on. And those guys, a lot of those guys are right eventually. Just like the stock market. People say the market's always right, and I'm like, actually, the market's wrong a lot. The market is only always right eventually, and that's what we're trying to do: is get these divergencies, get these discrepancies, pick them out. Warren Buffett's been doing it on a long-term basis for 70 years, and that's how he became a billionaire. Is just look at these big discrepancies. That's how Warren Buffett became a billionaire, because the market is fairly frequently wrong, and he's taken advantage of it. That's how he became the thing. So that's what we're trying to do here. And
Right.
With this volatility, it's even better. It was a good year last year, but even better one this year.
And you know what the funny thing is, like, it's great. Well, I mean, I've been following your picks here for over a year plus now, and look, it's been very good for me, right? But I do want, like, for people to really look at this chat room, because you have a full timestamp, and I like this. You shorted Nvidia. Nvidia went down to the hole, man. But that's the thing, Matt. So let me ask you something, right? So a lot of people were, they get all nervous about the volatility. You sure understand how people are, right? They're very emotional with the stuff. Now, you're a veteran, right? You have been doing this all your life, right? So really, I mean, the mechanics of it, right? You do that, you share that with the members, and you kind of help them with, like, also some education, because they're learning why they're doing it, right? So you're explaining why you're taking the trade. Is that right?
Right, exactly. I mean, one of the things that, and we'll show you this thing shortly on the FXI, which is the ETF for the big cap Chinese stocks. Now, I had been negative on China for a long time, and people were asking me for months. They say, "Look at Alibaba, boy, it's really down a lot. Should we buy it here?" And I'm like, "Hold off, hold off. What about JD Unifair?" But several of these China stocks that were just the big darlings for a couple of years, and have just gotten crushed in the last, not just this year, but the last 6 months or more, even almost a full year now. And so even though I'm very negative on the intermediate and longer term. I say longer term, I don't mean way long term, but I mean China, it's hard to be bearish on China on the way long term. But I just meant for the next 6 months, a year, China's going facing some struggles. And but it didn't matter, because if all you look at is those fundamentals. If you don't look beyond the fundamentals, you miss all these big moves. And when again, we'll go into it, but the point is, everything got oversold, the sentiment got horrible, the positioning got horrible, the technicals got horrible. That there was just no way it could go any lower. And so even though fundamentally I don't like it on a 6-month basis, I loved it on a short-term basis. And we hit a grand slam home run. It worked out really well.
Yeah, and here's the thing, man. With that FXI trade, that day, the day that you booked the profits and all that stuff with FXI, my phone did not stop ringing. My emails were blowing up. People were literally reaching out, like, "Man, can I send you like Venmo? Thanks, man. I just made so much with with Matt's picks for the FXI." Some dude even paid his student loan. So, I'm just giving you the feedback, Matt. I'm just letting you know what the folks are saying, and how it has helped them. Obviously, that's not the same case. It's different, but just wanted to show them the chat, because it's really so simple to follow, Matt. It's not complex. You don't have to be stuck on a webinar all day. You're literally just getting the entry, the exit. And a lot of people that work full time, they are able to do this, because it's not like you have a webinar with, people talking. You have a text with a clear entry, clear exit, and there's no confusion, no grayness. Very simple to follow.
Right. I mean, and there are, that's the thing. It's like, people pay off their student loans. That's great. That's not going to happen every day. But we have had a couple of really huge winners. Viacom was another one last year. But at the same time, when you get a couple of options trades that make you several thousand% in just a few days, that's great. And we're looking for those all the time. But we also have ones, and this week we had several more where we made several 100% in just a few days.
How much was that QQQ put? How much did you guys book on that this
week?
It
was actually well, it's funny because the QQQ put. Now the opposite of that was the SQQQ call. Wait, what the hell are you talking about? Call options are positive or bullish. Well, actually, the SQQQ is the inverse ETF on the QQQ. So in other words, even though you're buying a call on a negative asset. So it was actually, even though we're buying a call, it was a negative bet. And yeah, we made we had two different ones. One made well over 200%. The other one made about over 600% just this week. And it's these are the type of things that and they're not, you sound, oh, geez, now QQQ, TQQ, what are all these things? We do keep it pretty basic. I mean, the QQQ is the ETF for the NASDAQ 100. And the NASDAQ 100 is a very major, highly active trading vehicle. It's you have the NASDAQ composite, which is the big one, but the NDX 100 is the 100 biggest stocks in the NASDAQ, and they're the technology stocks. But that's the vehicle in the NASDAQ that is actually traded by the big boys. I mean, those hedge funds, that's what they're trading all day long. They don't trade the NASDAQ composite index. They trade the NDX. And so we trade the QQQ puts and calls. And then we also have the SQQQ and TQQQ. The T is the 3 times bullish ETF. It's a leveraged ETF. The other one, and again, it may sound a little bit confusing, but it's not as much as my thing. We do the same thing in the SPY, but we also do it many individual stocks. As you mentioned, we NVIDIA, great company, great prospects, but the stock for several different reasons, especially technical reasons, it just looked lousy. And we bought some puts in that one this week and made some real nice money in that one as well.
Yeah. There we go. I like that. I like to hear that. I mean, the Matt Maley members, these guys are balling, man. These guys are, they've been, the people that have been in the Matt Maley chat room, so those are like, Matt has the record in Benzinga for the biggest trade ever. And before that, it was Viacom. But I think this is a good time, Matt, that we just move over and start, and you can show us some of the trades that you're doing with this strategy so that we can show folks, that like what you're doing there, how you're doing it, and what are the results, right? Let's show them so they can see.
Okay, so let's just do the screen share here. There we go. Share. Oops, sorry about that. Hold on a second. Oops. Okay, okay, there we go. Okay, now I just want to make it bigger for you. Hold on, let me show. Can you see it okay, Rodrigo? You guys can see it okay?
Yeah, I see it okay. And I have to make a quick announcement. Everybody that joins today will get a free laptop, okay, on the house. So, but yeah, let's go.
Okay, great. So this is one of the things we looked at. Remember I talked about how, even though I didn't like the China stocks, this ETF, look how, well, again, this is what's called an RSI chart, relative strength index. And it's one of these things that we look at that tells you whether a stock is overbought and oversold. When it gets above the red line, which is 70, it's getting overbought. That's why they have the red line. Stop buying. Okay. See what happened here? It got way overbought, sold off, got overbought here, sold off, got oversold here, rallied. But here it got, this is the, when it gets oversold at the green line. The green line's there because, hey, buy. It's a good place to buy. Getting oversold. And this one, by far the most oversold it had ever been. I mean, down at 14, 30. If you get a 30 reading, that's a bullish sign. It's time to come in and buy. This was 14. Okay, half that, less than half that. And then one thing that's not here, and we'll talk about it, another one called the Bollinger Bands, which I don't have it on this chart, but it was showed that the stock was trading way below 2 standard deviations of its 20-day moving average. So it was just ridiculously oversold. And of course, everybody was talking about, oh my God, China's locking down on these stocks, on these companies, clamping down on these companies. The U.S. is trying to delist all of these stocks that here in the U.S. There's nothing to like, and that's what we had to see. It's like the fundamentals were bad, and that's why when people were asking me here and here and here and here, I said no, avoid it. But still fundamentally I don't like it. But it got so ridiculously oversold. I'm sorry, that there was nobody left to sell, and I knew it had to bounce back. Plus, I also knew that China had a reputation of coming in every once in a while when the market was flat in their back and supporting their market. I figured that had to happen.
Really quick, Matt, I want to mention that nobody, and I mean maybe a few people, but people like you, like real hawks, because in my head it's like I don't care about like what's going on there, and I care less about those stocks. But you look at this from the trading perspective, and it's like, hey, we're not saying we're bullish China. We are literally just trading this bounce, and it was a beautiful 14,000%. Okay, so
Right.
I, I mean, and by the way, okay, we got Paul Marshall in the YouTube chat, Matt. Look what he says. I made $2,500 on that Nvidia put that Matt called out today. So Paul Marshall is on fire. Jessica, holy moly! I joined yesterday, and I'm so pumped to learn more and get out of debt. Hey, Jessica, this is the place for you. Then definitely, we're all here to make money and learn, and it's a great environment. Okay, I cannot talk about this chat room without mentioning the great users, the amazing inner circle members that we have. They all help each other out. They're all, talking about trades, and it's great. You'll see that. It's like you'll feel part of something. You'll be part of a family, of the Benzinga family. Um, Paul Marshall, yeah, Paul Marshall, you bet. Paid for that membership for the whole year in that one trade. Well, that's pretty nice, Paul. Okay, I'm definitely gonna be I mean, I'm already in Matt's chat room. I'm literally taking the trades that he made, so you guys know. But Matt's the man, right? 40 years in the game. Um,
Right. And so, and just to follow up a little bit more on this FXI
so
trade.
yeah, really quick before we get that, Paul's
Yeah.
last comment, because but Paul's a great example of what can happen, right? So he says, I joined Sunday. Okay, he joined this Sunday and has already made over $4,000 on his trades. You want a 7-day money back guarantee? I'll give everybody that joins today a 7-day money back guarantee, a free laptop, and you might go to the FinTwit event, and I'll hook you up with the flight, the food, the drinks, everything. So, Jessica, wow, you guys are wonderful human beings. Yes, we are. But yeah, let's go ahead and carry on with the trades, because that Nvidia put was one of the many things that we've been trading. But let's go ahead and rip it, Matt.
Yeah, it's just, when we did this thing, well, here again, like I showed you why we did the trade. And then, of course, the next day, you can see, so actually 2 days later, the stock is up, or the ETF was up 27%. Now, sometimes you get a meme stock up 27%. How often does an entire market rally 27% in 2 days? Okay, almost never. But it was so ripe, it was so ridiculously oversold. That's what we did. And this was, so here's the call option we bought. Okay, now remember, it was 2 days. The very first day, it made 3,000%. And I came right into the chat room. And I said, okay, here's the place where we're going to take some profits, not all of them, take some profits. Okay. And that was up 3,000%, but let's let it ride. Then towards the end of the day, again, up almost 8,000. So people want to take a few more profits there. That's fine too. But as I said, the thing still had a lot more to go because it was so ridiculously oversold. And I know some people really literally wrote it to make 14,000%. I must admit, I didn't write it that long, but I did write it, for, again, between the two. And then I sold more the next day. Somewhere between 6,000 and 7,000% is what I made. And the people who traded exactly on my things. But some people, they don't have to sell exactly when I say sell. And some of them did a little bit better. But this is the type of thing that just happened in a couple of days when we see these kind of examples. And whoops.
Yeah, you don't have to trade, because here's the thing. There's a misconception that you have to be trading meme stocks to make meme kind of money.
Right.
And you don't. We're literally trading the indexes, even Chinese indexes, and we're doing thousands of percents and hundreds of percents. So, you don't have to go and chase and try to do this whole battle, the hedge funds, all that stuff. Don't, be smart with your money. Follow Matt, okay? Don't follow the crowd. Okay, you have to be a leader, not a follower, when it comes to trading. And with Matt, you get all that. He turns you into a leader. Yes, yeah. So yeah, let's go to the next trade there. I know you got a bunch there,
Yeah, I
Matt.
just want to go to this. This is the Viacom trade that we did last year. This is another one that was now again we got was 2,500% return on the trade. I came in again. Remember this RSI chart. And this is on the weekly chart, which is even more compelling. You see, every time the stock got overbought, okay, it sold off. This time I didn't, because of all this meme, it was going straight up, and all these meme stocks, they had a huge short interest in the stock. So I didn't say, hey, let's sell it, until it got, literally the RSI got to 95. I think it was 95, might have been 94 something, but 94, 95, I'd never seen any stock, anything like that. And I said, okay, we got to short this. We got to buy the puts in this stock. Again, this kind of, Viacom's a good company, but they just, they make movies and TV shows. Okay. There's some radio stuff. I mean, they're not inventing, the cure for cancer. Let's, you don't invent the cure for cancer, but you don't come up with a cure for cancer. You know what I mean? And the point is, I said, okay, we got to short this thing. And sure, you can see sure enough, you can see the stock drop 60% in a day. Okay. We locked in 2,500%. Other people held on and made as much as 5,000%. And one person even claimed they made over 10,000%. I cannot verify that, but that's what the person said. There's no reason not to believe them, because theoretically they certainly could have. But I just want to be sure that I don't take credit for a 10,000% move, because that's not what I call for. But 5,000 worked out pretty well. So that's really again, that's just another example of what we do. Now that's 2 of them. We're not going to do these every month, and we're not going to do these every. We'd like to do one or 2 a year, but we do have a lot of other examples where we're making several 100%. And again, in this kind of volatile market, those opportunities do come up even more often than they did last year.
Right. And here's the thing. You don't have to be like chasing the dream every day, right? Because if you are patient and you are strategic, you are able to do this without having to wait for, you don't need a GME to make, good money in the market, guys.
Right.
So just, right.
And that's the key thing, Rodrigo, because here it's like all these meme stocks people made. This is money we made on the negative side of the stock market, on the
shorting it
side in a great bull market last year.
Okay? So let's clarify. 99% of retail is chasing Viacom to the moon. And you are out there telling your retail traders, hey guys, don't fall for this. I'm gonna short this now from 96 to like $38.
Right.
Okay. And they even did an offering after market or something like, yeah. So I mean, it's you just have to be prepared with the right tools. Like, for example, if you would have bought the stock, even if you would have just shorted the stock, like without buying puts, you wouldn't have made the kind of money that we made buying those puts. So you need to use the right financial instrument. And by financial instrument, I'm talking about those weekly calls and puts that you love so much, Matt. So if you're buying a leap, you're not getting that kind of leverage. So you need to know what kind of contract you're buying. And also, if you're new, don't worry, because Matt is literally doing the whole options chain analysis, literally going through the contracts, volume, OI, delta, all that stuff. And he's picking for you. He's picking the contract for you. You don't have to go and track, because literally there was one person, Matt, who bought a contract. They didn't know why they bought it. They just bought the contract. The stock was up and they were negative and they didn't understand why. The reason is because you don't know what you're doing, and you need to really get with somebody that can help you. When it comes to money, don't try to wing it. I'm telling you from advice. I blew up my account twice when I started, and I don't want you guys to go through that, right? I don't want you to learn through blowing up your account. I want you to learn by making money like Paul Marshall, okay? That's how I want you to learn. I want you to learn and actually make money, not learn and lose money. And that's really what matters. There's 2 traders to the side. Make sure you're the smart, the educated, intelligent trader. So, but yeah, Matt, that's an amazing trade. That's an amazing trade with that Viacom, because it's against what everybody was thinking. Yeah,
exactly. And that's when you're trying to be, it's the Rodney Dangerfield in the movie Caddyshack, and he's like on the phone. Everybody's buying, then sell. Everybody's selling, then buy. And it's it's a funny movie, but it's absolutely true. When everybody's doing something, you want to be doing the other thing. Unless it's the insiders. When the insiders are doing something, then you want to be doing what they're doing. I mean, for instance, when Jamie Dimon went in 2016 and announced he was buying $25 million of his JP Morgan stock, when the CEO says I'm buying $25 million, especially back then, he wasn't a billionaire yet. He was worth that was a huge chunk of his personal fortune. And but then you got the other side, when people insiders sell in a big way, that can be a big thing too. But for the most part, when the consensus is one side, you want to take the other. And that's what we did here in this Viacom trade.
Yeah, and I just want to give a huge shout out here to Tamari. Welcome to the family. We love having you. Welcome. Let's go. Tamari, make sure that you're checking your email. You're getting a free laptop, and also you're entering the raffle that we might literally fly you out to Vegas. Okay, so for the FinTwit conference, everybody that joins today will enter that raffle, where you will literally be entered the raffle. I will pick this person out. I will call this person. We'll pick him up at the airport. Full luxury. Like, we will take care of you. We will take you out to dinner. Okay, and Matt is going to be able to give you all the trades in the chat room. So Tamari, shout out, welcome to the family, and just check your email for the laptop and the other stuff.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome to the room and to the team. It's really been a lot of fun and a lot of work, but it's fun work, and so far it's worked out really well. And the thing is that, again, there's a lot of risk in options, and that's why, you hear about this stuff where, again, and we don't make money on every trade. Anybody who says they have they're batting 1,000 is lying through their teeth. Okay, we don't win on every trade. The whole idea is to make sure we have a lot more winners than we have losers, and then when we win, that we win by a lot more than we do when we lose when we lose. And it's just type of things. And again, the important thing is to know is that we can make money in a down market. We didn't have the tools in 1999, 2000. We could only make it on the upside. You could make, some people could, but it was very, very hard because all the options were quarterly options. So you had to buy options out, several months. Those are expensive because the person who sells them to you is taking a lot of risks by selling that option to you that goes out 3 months. So they give you a huge time premium, just like you would in any insurance premium. They charge you more when the risk is higher. When the risk is lower, and you can buy just a weekly option that just goes out a week, suddenly their risk is lower. So they don't charge you as much. And, you could say, well, geez, why don't you just wait until those options came close to expiration? Well, that's great. The problem is, you just have to line it up perfectly and just sit there and hope that we have a big movement right around their expiration date. Hope is not an investment strategy. Okay, what you do have is, but when you have them every week, then you know that, hey, I don't have to just guess. I can wait until I see an opportunity and then pounce on it, because I would say, oh, geez, this is a great opportunity, but God, their next options don't expire for 3 months. I'm not going to buy it. It's too expensive. Well, now it's like, no, every single week. And in some cases, like I said, on the index ETFs, the S&P 500, the NASDAQ, which is the QQQ, and the Russell 2000 small cap ETF, which is the IWM, they have expiration 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Now, actually next week, because the market is closed for Good Friday next week, there's actually an expiration on Thursday. So it's Monday, Wednesday, Thursday next week. But usually that's what it is. So we can really take advantage of those. And they're liquid. Even in 2018, when we had that deep correction of almost 20%, it was 19.9%. So I guess technically it wasn't a bear market, but even then these things were out there, but they weren't as liquid as they are now. Now they trade so well, and they weren't around in 2008. They weren't around in 2000. And these, again, they have inverse ETFs, leveraged ETFs, et cetera. We have the tools that we can use so we can take advantage of this volatility. I just wanted to show this trade we did from February before we show you some of the trades we did this week. But back in February, we did this. These are the QQQ. Whoops. What happened there? Are you still on there? Did I lose you? Okay, good. I'm sorry. That was my own screen then. Okay, sorry about that. Let's see here. Okay, good. I have no idea what just happened there. But anyway, this, I didn't put it on there, but these are the QQQ puts. Okay, so it's the February 25. That's the February 25 is obviously the expiration day. Okay, and then you have the then you have the strike price, and then whether it's a put or a call. So that's, and every time I put something in, I don't just do this. Usually I put in this case would be QQQ, so you know which asset I'm talking about, the expiration date, and then the strike price, and then whether it's a put or a call. And so it's very easy. So we came in here, and this is right before the February meeting with the Fed, and we knew that he was the Fed had been, all sorts of members of the Fed were talking about a much more hawkish stance, and they're talking about 50 basis points, which nobody had been talking about before, or a few people had been talking about before, and we're just waiting to see if I'm sorry, Chairman Powell was going to come in and sure enough confirm that we're going to have this. They are going to go 50 basis points. They are going to be more aggressive. They are going to do start QT. In other words, making their balance sheet quicker. So we came into the February 25 because the market started selling off. And again, I came in right before the meeting and said, this thing is getting out of control. Okay, this thing is selling. Okay, let me make sure I got it right here. 23. Whoops, sorry. Yeah. So on the 23rd, it had been I was like, this is negative news. We got to get in here. And when he announces something, this is really not going to be good. So let's go out and buy the puts. So an hour before, at 1 o'clock or 1:30, a half an hour before the Fed announcement, I said, let's go out and buy the February 25 $330 put options. Okay. And then sure enough, at 2 o'clock, 1400, 2 o'clock, the announcement came out from the Fed, and these things took off. The market went down and these put options took off.
And I just want to ask you really quick, Matt, are you posting entries and exits to all these trades?
Every single one.
Every single one. So literally I could have this chat, which I do, but like for those that think it's hard or impossible if you have a full-time job, I'm telling you it's not, because I talk to people on the phone that have a full-time job and have been making a lot of money with the chat room. All it is having that tab open. You can have it open on your phone. It's mobile user friendly too, and you can put those sound notifications. So if I just have that chat room, I will see, hey, Matt Maley, I'm buying QQQ and I'm buying this contract, and it's a timestamp. There's a timestamp there that gives them the exact minute in time that you bought that call or put, right?
Right. And if you come in, you might not notice it for a half an hour. You're in a meeting, you don't have your phone, and you come out and you go, oh my gosh, he put on this trade an hour ago or half an hour ago or 2 hours ago or 10 minutes ago. And you just go in a chat and say, hey, Matt, you put this trade on a half an hour ago. Is it still a good one? And I'll say, no, it's moved too much. It's we've made a nice profit in it already, but it's moved too much to make much more of a profit now. So avoid it. But you can ask me right in the chat to say, hey, is this still good? And frequently I'll say, yeah, it's still working. The market's moved a little bit, but I think it's got a lot more to go. Go ahead and jump on in. And in this case, again, we were just basing on what the Fed response to the Fed, because everybody had gotten too negative about it. I'm sorry, everybody was getting worked up about it, and I thought it would be a negative call. And sure enough, we bought the options, we bought the put options. The market sold off. This rallied. Then overnight, all the people overseas panicked, and the market got hit hard. And sure enough, our puts before the opening were up almost 400%. And so
400%.
Yeah, before the market closed, before the market opened, several times before the market opened, I said, we're going to sell these these put options right at or very near the opening. And again, so if some people sold them a few minutes later, they still got well over 300%, or a few seconds later. Some people didn't get the exact tick right when it opened, but that's okay. You still made over 300%. And then
that's good.
It was the high of the day, and these things just sold off. If you waited to the end of the day, you lost money. We told you that I told you exactly, we're going to sell this now. Do not wait. Sell it now. And if they didn't, they lost all their money. They lost all their gains. In fact, they went to zero. So, but then things got too negative. So so later that day, see the 24th, later in the day, as the market
what happened?
The market rallied, I said, okay, wait a minute. This is still bad news. This market is selling off too much. It's selling off too much. So so I came in here in mid-morning and said, okay, we've already taken a real nice profit, 300% profit, or almost 400% profit on these put options. Let's flip them and turn them around and buy the call options. So we're looking to make money in both directions. So we bought the February 25th QQQ 332 call options and made 300% in just several hours. Of course, if you held it to the end of the day,
so let's break that down for the people that are new here, Matt. Okay, so basically you bought puts, which means that you make money. The price of the contract goes up if the market drops, right? So you made money on the way down. Now, once you sold and made that profit, you told all of the inner circle members, hey, now we can take the other side of the trade.
Right.
And you bought a call, and the stock went up. And you made money both ways. That is so that's the prime example, folks, of what I'm talking about, of trading the volatility, and stop being afraid of it. Stop sitting on the sidelines, stop waiting for, unicorns and stuff. Literally, you can get in there with Matt and start doing this every day, because we're there Monday to Friday, right, Matt?
Absolutely.
And we haven't even touched on the Tuesday session, man. Like, tell us about it. Tell me what's going on in the Tuesday session there.
Okay, yeah. So, and what we do now, we do this thing every week. Monday through Friday, but on Tuesdays at 11:30, we do a Zoom call. And again, we started off trying to be and we'll still do it from time to time with tutorials when the markets are kind of calm, and just talk about whatever people want to talk about. I mean, sometimes I talk about a couple of, for instance, one time we just talked about triangle patterns and technical analysis. We did some symmetrical, triangles, descending triangles, ascending triangles, and why they were important and how they looked. And then we went into but that's not the whole thing. And then we did that for like 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes. Then we start talking about some of the picks we have that are open. Some of the picks we're looking at that hey, there's a potential here. If this stock breaks up above this level, we'll like it. If it breaks down here, we won't like it. Or if it gets too overbought, et cetera. And then also just a macro picture on what we're viewing on the market overall. So we do that, sometimes it's only 20 minutes, but usually, the last couple have gone for 45 minutes to an hour. It just depends on what's going on. But again, it's the whole idea for me on these Zoom calls is we do, I love to make picks, but it's important to know why I make the picks and get some of the general knowledge. It needs to be educational in my mind anyway. And that seems to, I think the subscribers have really like that aspect of.
They love you, man. The members love you. I'm telling you, because they email me, they tell me that, it's like, but I do want to give, of course, we have to be polite here to our newest family member. Okay. We have Ananth Gantla. I don't know. I hope I said that right, man, but welcome to the family. You are part of the Benzinga family now. We're blood now. Okay. That means that you and Matt Maley, through thick and thin. All right. It does not matter if the market is dropping, recession, whatever. Okay. You will be able to make money on the market. So air horn for Ananth. Let's go.
Okay, good. So so congrats. Thanks for joining. Great to have you here. So, but these again, these are the things that we're trying to accomplish. Now, I just wanted to go over something we did this week. Okay, and where again we do the SQQQ. I'm sorry, SQQQ calls. Again, this is a negative bet because it's even though we're buying the calls, because it's a call option on a negative asset or asset that there's an inverse relationship to its underlying asset. So we went in and bought the April 8th $36 calls. And this was, let me just pull it here so I can see it better. We did this right at the end of the day on Friday. I'm sorry, Friday, excuse me, on Friday. And it just, the market to me had rallied too much. We'd seen 3 weeks of rally, and sure enough, it came in and went down even more on Friday. The market rallied further and then shot up. And then at just after noon on yesterday, I came in just after noontime and said, okay, let's take the profits over 200%. So this was over several days. It was over a 4-day period.
200%?
What's that?
You said 200%?
210%. Yeah, I don't know if you can see that on the thing. I didn't circle it like I usually do, but I'll show you the next one though. Was one we made later in the week. This was part of a Oops.
That's crazy because there's a lot of people that are literally blowing up their accounts, losing money left and right in this market, and you are here just banging these trades. It's like, what correction? Like, what are two different people, two different worlds.
Yeah, and again, like I said, we don't pretend to make money, pretend to promise to make money on every trade. It can be very frustrating. Everybody has bad days. Everybody has bad weeks. I certainly have, and so it's one of those things where you're trying to risk management, manage your losses. But when you get, this is just a couple of days ago, late in the day. Now this is a relatively small trade. I did not go in and say, hey, let's bet the farm on this. But this was actually part of a strangle where I bought a lot of, in a relative basis, I bought a lot of puts bought a lot of calls, a small number of puts. And my thinking was that, hey, the volatility is really going to keep going. So what I'm going to do, if I'm wrong, I'm really think the market's going to go down. If I'm wrong, I at least have this hedge on. And if I'm wrong, I'm going to be wrong in a big way. And therefore, my hedge will make enough to cover my negative bet, and I'll come out flat. However, if I'm right, that hedge is going to expire worthless, but I don't care because I'm going to make a bullet. And sure enough, we made well over 600% by yesterday morning. We bought them again late days on Tuesday and sold them I'm sorry, did I say Tuesday? Yeah, 5. I'm sorry. We bought them on late day Monday and sold them on Wednesday. I apologize. And but those are the dates you can see down here at the bottom: April 4th and sold it on April 6th. But there was a 600% gain. I didn't get the top. In a way, I say, oh geez, I wish we had let it go. But I'm sorry, I'm not going to lose any sleep. People who lose sleep after making 600% and said, geez, I could have made 800%. If you're losing sleep, don't do this. Don't do this. You'll drive yourself nuts. Do not do this. Do not get involved. Take the profit, pat yourself on the back, and move on. So that's, these are the things that we try to do. So there's another trade that we did just this week, just the last couple of days, that have worked out very, very well. And I will say today, I came in, and I'm going to pull up my escape. Oops. Now this is the one where I just pushed. I was thinking the market would come down a little bit more, and I did not flip the trade and do the calls. But oops. QQQ equity GIP. Okay, this was the QQQ today when it traded today. Okay, you can see it was coming down, and then we had a bearish bet, so that meant that we were going to make, we were making money as the market came down. Right in here, just after the bottom, I came in and said, actually it was right here, almost exactly at the bottom. I said, I'm going to sell a small amount here. I'm going to sell less than 10%. I think it was even less than 5% of my position because I think this market could bounce. And literally, a few minutes later, I came in and said, something, forget it. I'm taking full profits. And that's what we did. So we followed this all the way down from the sell-off during the week. Let's go back here. Remember what we talked about?
Yeah, and guys, for those of you that are new, because I do know that a lot of you guys are just starting to get trading, I'm telling you guys, this is the best way to get started because you're only doing simple calls and puts. It is the best way to really get going, right? And remember, there's a 7-day money back guarantee, so you can literally, take it out for a spin.
Right, exactly. But here again, remember we bought those calls here. I'm sorry, they were SQQ calls, but they were negative bet. We made the negative bet here in the options market, and we sold a little bit here, and then we bought some more. But right at almost exactly the bottom, we took our profits. Okay, and I'll look at here's the SQQQQ, and I'll just bring it up here. So this was obviously rallying as the market went down. Let's go. This is it every single day of this week. 5. I hope let's see if you can see it. You can see how each one of these blocks. I hope you can see on there. That's a day. That was last Friday, Monday. And you can see we bought them late on Monday. It's just gone straight up, and right in here, I said, let's take the profits. I got a little nervous. I'm glad. I was like, I'm going to hold on. I said, no, this is crazy. We've got so much. We've made so much money here. Why would I get greedy? Let's get out. And it turned out to be perfect. The one thing I wish I had done though is I wish I had completely reversed the bet like I did back in February, because we would have made a lot of money with that move too. I got to admit, I did do it. Some people in the chat room did. They didn't get right, but as they start rolling over, they made the bet, and I did not. I just want to be, but there were people talking, and they talked each other into buying it. So believe me, there's some ideas out there that I don't pretend to be the one that has all the ideas. There's some people with some great camaraderie, and we work together. And the biggest thing, of course, is that there's no such thing as a dumb question. People can ask questions whenever they want, and not just me, but anybody in the chat room is more than happy to try to answer them.
Yeah, and absolutely. We're getting a couple questions here, Matt, from the chat. My email's blowing up here, so we're going to try to answer some of these questions from the crowd, and from recently new family members like Ananth. But yes, guys. So I'm just going to go over some of the questions here. I have to do this because otherwise, my email's going to keep blowing up. So, all right, 7 days. There's a 7-day money back guarantee. Know that. There's a free laptop that you're getting included as a courtesy. All right. Very important. You're also entering, if you join, you enter a raffle, and the winner of that raffle, anybody that joined the Stock Picks Inner Circle chat room this week and tonight, is entered into a raffle, and we're going to pick one winner, and we're going to fly this person out. We're going to buy their ticket, their plane ticket, their food, their drinks, the conference. We're going to, introduce you to people and stuff. Like, you will be pampered. Okay. We are taking you out to dinner here. So just know that you don't have to do anything. It's a raffle we're just doing because we want to give back to you guys. And I really think that you should always look into these sort of like Benzinga events, because there's a lot of good things that can come out of these in-person meetings. I'll tell you that. Good networking opportunities. But back to the stuff here, guys. Yes, free laptop, 7-day money back guarantee. Matt is there. What is the schedule? The schedule is Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 p.m. And however, if there is a trade to be made, like for example, a CPI number comes out in the morning, Matt is going to be the first one to go into that chat and say, if the numbers, if the Fed puts out the numbers and we have such and such, or this other thing, I would do this and I would do that. So you do trade around market events, and that's important to know because we're looking for volatility. Okay, don't run from it. You need to go and embrace it, right? Because that's how you'll make the most amount of money. It's not the people that make the spreads and the condors that make the most money. It's not. It's the people that buy the calls and puts and trade the volatility. The thing is that not a lot of people can time the market properly, and that's why the it wouldn't work for everybody. However, if you're following Matt, who's been doing it for 40 years, I think you have a much better chance than winging it on your own. Just being real here. So yeah, guys, schedule's Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. There's a session on Tuesdays, Matt, 11:30 a.m. Eastern. And you go over, you can also help people that are new, right? So if you're new or advanced, it doesn't matter. You will work through them. And it's the most simple type of trade you can make. Even if you're new, like this is you will be able to buy a call and buy a put. It's not rocket science, I promise you. And yeah, anything you want to add there, Matt, on really why the chat room, I mean, you've seen the results firsthand because you're there, but what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things is that we're just trying to make some intelligent, I mean, a lot of weird things have happened in the marketplace, we know, in the last couple of years. I mean, the Fed has come in and they had to. I mean, we can blame the Fed for, high inflation and stuff like that, but we would all agree that when the pandemic was at its depths, at its worst levels in March of 2020, they came and saved the day. I mean, the economy was completely locked down. The markets were locking down. And so, but the thing is, now that they added those massive levels of liquidity into the system, and I'm afraid kept them there longer than they probably should have. They kept the emergency level of liquidity there long after the emergency had passed. They had the problem with that is that we've now it's resulting in higher inflation, and now we've got this whole thing with Russia and Ukraine, and that's not ending anytime soon. So we've got all these dislocations in the marketplace every week and almost on a daily basis. So it presents a great opportunity for those who have the inclination and the desire to to trade a little bit more actively, at least for the part of their portfolio. We all want to have that one bucket where that's nice long-term stuff. That's great.
And you do that too, right? If somebody,
absolutely.
Yeah, in the chat room, if I go in and I'm like, hey Matt, what's a company that has good free cash flow and great operating margins? Bam, you give them what they want. But we focus on options because hey, people want to make the most amount of money in as little amount of time as possible. Okay, that's natural humans, and that's why Matt does the weekly calls and puts. But there's a couple questions here, Matt. How many people are in the chat room? I think I have about like 40, 50. It's a very small family. It's a small group of people that are focused on learning and trading specifically. The learning comes with the trading, right? The focus is trading, the focus is live trading, but there will be education that will guide you to that trade. So good stuff there, Matt, good stuff. And I just have to add here that yes, correct. That is because someone's asking Matt in the chat room on, do you also help them with what I call portfolio recovery? If somebody is in a pickle, right? They did something that they didn't know what they were doing. Like the person that bought a random contract and stock was up and they bought a call and no idea why they're down, right? So how do you go about that?
Well, we try to help them as best we can. I mean, obviously, it's again, you look at a situation and sometimes you say, well, geez, the stock's moved in the direction I thought it would move, and yet my option isn't up and it hasn't rallied. Sometimes the right answer is like, something, take your losses and get out. Other times it's like, it's gone the opposite direction, but it's so incredibly oversold. So you thought it was going to go a lot higher, but now it's really oversold. So be honest with you, you're going to have to take a loss probably, but hold on, because it's getting incredibly oversold, like we saw with the FXI. It's getting incredibly oversold. You could probably cut some of those losses a little bit, but again, there are times when I just don't have the right answer. I mean, I'll just say I don't know the stock very well, and I'm just not going to be a good. I'm not going
like if somebody
I'm just going to be honest and
100%. 100%. And now here's the thing, though. I do want to make sure. Well, number one, right? Let's go in order here, right? Bahama Jack 78. You sound like you're a fun dude. Welcome to the family. And I hope I see you there. I hope I see you there. I hope you win, and I hope I see you at the FinTwit conference. It's gonna be fun. Okay. But I have to give him the welcome, of course. You know, this is a big family. You know how we roll at Benzinga. So Matt, when it comes to these trades, right? You're helping people. You're giving out trade ideas. You have a session with them on Tuesdays as well. Now, and you're doing options with them, right? So let's say, for example, if somebody, because here's the thing, with a newsletter, you cannot do this, right? Because with a newsletter, you get an alert, right? And that's it, right? This is what I'm trading. These are my levels and such and such. In a chat room, in a live trading room, we have immediate direct access to each other, right? So a lot of people, and you know, when the market is crashing and you have no idea what to do, and you don't know how to make money from it, right? So you're just looking at everything just collapse, and you have no idea what's happening. You don't know why you're losing money, and you're still trading. So um, that would be one of the things that I'd say Matt really does kind of highlight you, because again, man, you have the records here at Benzinga when it comes to the trades. So I'm a big fan, dude. I love your trades. Um, and yeah, I just want to give a shout out there to our new family member, Mr. Bahama Jack. I'll see you there at the FinTwit.
So welcome aboard, and I hope you enjoy it. And I think you'll find it very profitable. That's what we're looking for. I mean, the whole idea
Right.
is to make sure that this pays for itself, and then some. And like I said, all the trades go in. If I do a trade, if I lose money, you lose. I mean, if you lose money, I've lost money too. So it's not like. Now, I will say this though. There are people will ask me about certain trades, and I'll say, well, geez, this looks good or doesn't look good for whatever reason. And I've had a situation where I keep thinking it was Shopify, but it might have been Spotify. But anyway, the people came in and on the chat room and said, geez, we really like this. We think it's going to bounce. And I looked at the charts and stuff and I said, yeah, it's oversold. This could be a really big winner. But you know something? For some reason, I just didn't like the trade. But go ahead if you want to. Well, I didn't do the trade. They did. And they made 500% the next day, by the next day, within 24 hours. So it was something they came to me with. I said, but I can't take credit for it because I didn't do the trade. And there are also sometimes when people come in, what do you think about this? And I'll say, I think, some cases I'll say, I think it's a bad trade. They do it anyway. That's fine. I'm not, if I was right about everything, I have 18 gazillion dollars. But the point is what we're trying to do is help people kind of go through this what is a really tough time in the marketplace and
Right.
maximize their returns. It's just I just think it's a good
Absolutely.
outlet to be doing this. Where so many others, it's just a lot of Wall Street is paid to be bullish, just what they
Mhm.
are, and thankfully I'm not. Miller, on the
Yeah, we're gonna
yeah.
touch on that. We're gonna touch on the transparency part, but I do have to give a really big shout out, a very warm welcome to a very important person here, Louis Behan. Welcome to the family, my friend. Again, you are in the raffle. Everybody that joins wins the raffle, is in the raffle, right? Don't forget about the email for your laptop, okay, Louis? And again, welcome, welcome, welcome. Air horn.
Yeah, I'm not hearing the air horn, bud. What happened?
Oh, well, I mean, I'm playing it here, but it's not, I don't
Oh,
know why
okay.
it's not sounding.
Okay.
But Lewis is, I mean, Lewis, I'm just really excited about you and where you're going to be in 6 months from now, because I can promise you, you will be a new man. All right. You will not look at the market the same way. You're in a sense, when you're trading emotionally, I'm not saying that it's immature or nothing like that, but it's because you don't have the knowledge to not rely on the emotional trading. Because when you have the emotional trading, it's a lack of the process that you don't know how to do it. But if you do know how to do it, there's no emotions involved. And that's what you do. You take the emotions out of the game. And that's really hard for people, Matt.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. And I don't care who you are, you still get caught up in it sometimes. It's it's human nature, but that's okay. But the whole idea is to avoid. I mean, there's so many things. I mean, I had some good plays this year in Tesla in both directions, both on the upside. But one of them was on the downside. This is late last year, or say late last year, in the fourth quarter last year, and Tesla. And I was like, I went in. I said, look at the stock. Let's go back. We'll just look. Remember, we talked about the RSI, the Relative Strength Index, and look how overbought the stock got. I said, this is ridiculous. We got to start buying. We got to start looking at the put options in this. And one of the members was like, "Are you crazy? That this is he's a genius and this company's great." I'm like, I'm not arguing that. I'm not saying anything negative about Elon Musk. I'm not saying anything negative about Tesla. I think the stock's going higher, eventually. But this stock, and he was like, no chance. And I go, how could you say no chance when the stock has seen several dozen big declines over the last?
No emotions, no
Yeah.
emotions.
It
Like
says
you don't
this big
fall in love.
portion. I said, I totally agree that I like it. Okay. But here, and we made some nice money. I also said, to be honest with you, I think the stock's going to trade below $1,000. Guy's like, oh my God, he was apoplectic. He was just like, oh my God, I can't
Yeah.
never go back below 1,000. And I'm like, I couldn't understand why he again, I didn't say it's absolutely 100% going to happen, but I said the odds are very high. Just look at history, and that worked out very well. But we also were able to buy calls in here, and it's worked out in both. And when it got up to here, it was funny when it got above 900. I was saying we got to buy if it breaks above 900, we got to buy the calls. It's going to be at 1,000 before you can blink. And sure enough, it did. And
Right, right.
very well.
And we're getting a couple questions on the YouTube chat. So of course, we got to recognize. All right. So Shaquille, I'm from the UK. Can I participate in this? Yes, of course. You can be anywhere in the world. It doesn't matter. We're still going to fly you out if you win that raffle. And we're still going to give you good trades. It doesn't matter where you are. Shaquille. So, Louis Behan, I think I've already blown up one account. Dude, don't wait for the second one. Trust me. Good stuff. And you already joined. It's Lewis. I'm not okay. Miss Lewis. You're welcome, Miss Lewis. Shadow one, not a place. Yeah, I get it, Shadow. And yeah, look, if anybody needs some sort of help, I could try to work something, but if you guys need help or anything, or you're trying to like see how you can get into the chat room and you might have a specific situation, you can call me. We can talk about it. I'm a human being. I understand. At the end of the day, this is here to help you make money and, get you in a much better place, right? How much money do I need to get starting? Balloony. Yeah, so basically, the contracts we're buying are like 80 cents, 90 cents, a dollar. These are very, very affordable contracts. What's
But
a
be aware, I'm just before we get. I mean, if you spend 90 cents on one contract, it costs you $90, not 90 cents. Okay, the contract's 90 cents. That's how it trades, but it costs you $90. But that is still very reasonable. Very, very reasonable. So I mean, people can start with, if you only have $100, that might be a little bit harder. That's going to be harder.
Right. Yeah,
But,
I mean, look, it doesn't, it doesn't, at the end of the day, you're comparing, compare apples to apples. You want to talk about spreads? That's a different conversation. You want to talk about calls and puts? That's what you can do. If you're a new trader, don't go into doing spreads, because the gains that we're doing here are not spreads. The 3,000, the 2,000, the 500, 600, all that stuff, that's not a spread. Those are just buying calls and puts. It's the most basic type of trade, and that's why you guys should join. But it says you're an eighth. Why does it? It's called Stock Picks Inner Circle, but we do options. We probably might have to change that name. I don't know. But Tesla is a great example, Matt, of how you can apply, right, the 40 years that you have in the game, and really, and I'm sure for you, I don't know how the experience must be, that you're helping traders that are new, and you doing this for so long. It's just, and you have a big passion for helping, right? You have a passion for helping the users. You really go, above and beyond for them. You've made them, a lot of money. So
yeah,
so yeah.
it's just well, I've always loved teaching anyway. But the thing is that you just have a while I'm talking to you, I'm just going to draw a little line on this Tesla chart. We can talk about a little later. But bang. Okay, now we'll go back to that in a second. But the situation with it's just it's not as hard as you think. Number one, believe me, there are some people who are really, really smart with PhDs and things from Ivy League school, and that gets really,
Right.
I don't get into that stuff because, and first of all, it's too hard, and like I said, it takes a lot more money, more capital to kind of get involved in those things. Number one,
Yeah.
but number two, sometimes they make things a lot more difficult than they need to. I certainly see that with technicians, where they come in and they try to make things sound a lot more complicated than they are, so they can sound smart. But it's really, and there are some more esoteric areas, parts of technical analysis that are sometimes being helpful, but the basics, I mean, the main basics is what we talk about, pretty easy to understand, and that's what I concentrate on, because we all have lives to live, and many of us have jobs. I mean, this is my job, but other people are there to do, and but they can learn. And some people use very small money and then also write a parallel paper portfolio so they can kind of get a better idea of what's going on. But it is good to put real skin in the game, and so that you do. You might have, so that when you lose money, okay, you feel the pain. You actually do feel the pain because that's part of it. Again, losing money is part of the game. It's part of capitalism. It's like, that's why one of the things you worry about what the Fed's been doing lately in the last couple of years. It's like they've been bailing everybody out. It's like, I'm sorry, but failure. Most small business owners, successful small business owners, I forget the number, but I think it's like 3 or 5. Until they, it's usually the third or fourth or fifth business where they finally make it. They finally,
Right.
And again, we don't want to be doing that. We don't want to blow up portfolios 3 or 4 times, but you're going to have losses, and that's okay. And learn from them and move on. The key is to manage it well and minimize the losses. And then when you get and then you're looking for these bigger gains.
Right.
But I just want to see one thing, and again, we'll go into stock picks later. But just look at this thing. Tesla got right up to that trend line. See how, people, it's like got there, it got right, exactly to that line and rolled back over. And so it was overbought. Okay, people were asking me today, what do you think? I was like, I'm getting nervous because of this reason. So there's other charts we'll look at later, but the MACD charts and such. But these are the types of things that, people just look at a chart, they don't really notice that. And it's like, oh, geez, okay, that's interesting. Got right up to that level. So the next time it gets up to that level, okay, it may be a month from now, it might be tomorrow. I don't know. It may be 2 months from now. But boy, once it breaks that trend line, it's going to run like, it's like the Beach Boys, run till the daddy takes the T-bird away. This thing's going to take off. So you want to be watching that. Doesn't mean you can't make money trading the stock or the options between now and then. But this is going to be the big one. We break above that trend line, it's going to be a really bullish sign, and timer will be one of be very aggressive on the weekly options, weekly call options.
Yeah, and getting a couple of questions here again, guys, but just keep in mind, right? You can trade with Matt all day. The schedule is Monday to Friday. And the thing that I like, Matt, is that it's very dynamic. It's a very dynamic environment. It's a great environment to learn, because I'll tell you, there's a lot of pump and dump chat rooms that I saw as a trader, and you ask a question and people start dogging you. And that's not a good. Imagine going to school, and well, that actually happens, but imagine, you go to learn somewhere and you get mistreated, right? So now that's why in the Stock Picks Inner Circle chat room with Matt, we have an amazing environment where it's okay to ask questions. What is the number one rule, Matt? Tell everybody.
Nothing, no such thing as a dumb question. Absolutely, positively. And sometimes I'll just say I don't fully understand the question, and it doesn't make it a dumb question. It was just worded in a way that I didn't quite understand it. Don't be afraid to say, yeah, okay, sometimes I've had one person ask me a question and I just didn't understand the question, and I just said, I don't really understand. Then they never came back. Now maybe they just didn't see my response because it didn't respond for a few minutes, but because I was trying to figure out exactly what they were asking. And maybe they thought they were asking a stupid question, so they didn't re-ask it. Don't be afraid. There are brilliant people. I don't care how, if you could be the most brilliant person in the world, if you have zero experience in this, how could you possibly know it immediately? You might be able to pick it up faster than the rest of us if you're that brilliant, but until you ask the question, until you're involved, you're not gonna know. And so this is not like golf. If you're trying to pick up golf for the first time ever, when you're 25 or 50 or 30, that's hard. This is not. This is something you can pick up. Again, it's not. And say it's easy.
Yeah.
Making the money's not all that easy, but understanding the concepts and stuff is not.
I'll tell you what is easy. I'll tell you what's easy. Blowing up your account here, not knowing what the hell you're doing, buying meme stocks, following Twitter, following stock twits, following all that garbage. That's how you're gonna. It's so easy to lose your money like that. Okay, and that's really what we're trying to avoid. The whole purpose of this thing, the whole goal here, is to help you become a better trader. Hands down. That is my agenda, okay? For you to know. My agenda is to help you become a better trader. And with Matt Maley, I know that we can do that. But I have to give a huge, huge shout out here for Puts Garden. How we doing, brother? Welcome to the family. I don't have an air horn here, but 3 claps does it too. And at the end of the day, you'll be clapping too when you make that money, my friend. So, Matt, good stuff here, man. I definitely like the session here. Now, you are, I mean, you're a very smart guy, right? Like you're a strategist, all that stuff. Can you give us a little bit of insight here on what you think is going to happen and how we will be in the future, near future, profiting, right? Making money from exterior market events, right? I know that we were talking about the chip sector and look at where it's at now. And you and I were like probably the only people on all YouTube talking about like this whole what's the name? Selena. What is the name of this Chinese thing that Evergrande?
Well, Evergrande, yeah.
Evergrande, yes. And there's a lot of just like the sanctions on Russia, there's always going to be some sort of backfire in some way, one way or another. This way, it's wheat, right? Because they export wheat, but we don't know what are the repercussions of having that if China were to do something there in Taiwan or something like that. So
That's, I mean, that's obviously the scary, everybody's scared about.
does somebody know something like why is it why do you think that everything fell down, everything fell off a bed, but the chips really fell hard more than anyone else? So why is that? Why do you think that is, Matt?
Well, I mean, there could be a couple different reasons, and this is why. I mean, one of the things that it's so important that is the reason why I say you got to look beyond the fundamentals. You got to look. The fundamentals are, don't get me wrong, they're very, very important. But again, I talk about you got to look at sentiment. You got to look at positioning. If everybody's on one side of the boat, everybody's bearish and everybody's short, and there's nobody left to sell, it's got to go up. You also look at the geopolitical issues, etc. But one of the things is that with the technical analysis is that we all know that the market tends to move 6 months in front of the economy. Same thing with an individual stock. It's usually, the stock market looks out 6 months or more. Well, sometimes we don't know exactly. Sometimes the market just knows because it's the insiders who are, in the business and they're starting to make the moves. And they see, and we see it just through without even knowing what the reason is. We can see it through what's going on in the charts. And it's one of the things I always try to portray is that, technical analysis, some people it's just a bunch of mumbo jumbo, a bunch of charts drawn on lines drawn on a chart. That's not true. It is based on fundamentals. And the example I always use is that you got some company that makes widgets and they've been having a tough time for a couple of years. They've had to lay off people and close factories. Well, suddenly things turn around and they start doing better. Well, that's great. And suddenly, so what are they going to do? Well, they're going to go out and hire more people. They're going to train those people. They're going to retool the factories or build new ones. That takes time. The thing is, the guys who work at the big hedge funds, the portfolio managers at a hedge fund or a big mutual fund, they've got an army of analysts who are going to tell them about this. And they're going to say in April, hey, I just visited with the company, their business is turning around. I called up their 3 biggest suppliers. They said, oh my gosh, yeah, everything's just completely turned. Well, if you wait until the earnings start getting better, because it's going to take you 9 months to a year because they've got to hire people and retool their factories, et cetera, retrain their people, new people. And if you wait that long, the stock's already going to be up because these guys who have that army of analysts are going to be they're going to go into the portfolio manager and say, don't wait for the earnings to get better. They are going to get better. Buy it now. And so for those of us who don't have that kind of insight, we see it in the stock. Well, the smart money's really starting to get in there and buy the stock. And so this is one of the reasons we look at it. And I tell you right now, this semiconductor thing, the whole market bounced back nicely, but I do worry about, we talked, again, for a little educational thing here, we talked about the RSI chart. Okay, it's kind of neutral right now, so I'm going to get rid of that. And we're going to look at another chart that we look at a lot, and it's called the MACD chart. This chart, hold on one second, I just want to show you one thing. We'll just leave it for that. So this is what it is. It shows a shift in momentum, and like I'm sure a lot of you have heard the golden crosses is when the 50-day moving average crosses above the 200-day moving average, and then a death cross, which is just the opposite, when the 50-day average moving average crosses below the 200-day. This one is we use a shorter term, and they're using the 9-day and 12-day moving averages. Actually, the exponential moving averages, but that doesn't really matter that much. But the point is, when it crosses below, that shows that momentum is turned down, and when it crosses above, when that white line, which is the 9-day, the shorter average, crosses above, that's a bull sign. See how it happens here? Got a negative thing, and the stock went down. Positive cross, stock went up. Okay. Negative cross, stock went way down. Okay. Now we're seeing, now here, it gave us a couple of false readings because it was not, whenever you see anything in technical analysis, you always want to see a meaningful move. If it breaks a resistance level slightly, that's not enough. We get head fakes all the time. If it breaks down below a support level slightly, that's not enough. You want to see a more meaningful one. But once it becomes meaningful, just like this negative cross is taking place down here, it shows that this thing is gaining momentum. And as we can see here also, that the again, using technical analysis, is this the thing that's going on in Taiwan? Is it because what some people are starting to talk about? Is it because this is the 200-day moving average, by the way? You can see it tried to break back above it, but failed for the second time. But let's get rid of that there and see how this level at 250. Let's see if I can bring it up. There we go. See how that's been such, well, let's zoom it in so you can see it better. Hold on, I'm sorry. But see this? It did break below it there when things got washed out, but see how it bounced off that line all those times? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now it's trying to do a 6th time. It did break below it. So if it breaks below that again, that's going to be a big yellow warning flag. If it breaks below those lows, lower low, that's going to be a big warning flag. And this is what we call a head and shoulders pattern. Okay, this is actually a double head and shoulders pattern. Because you can see if we drew, this is what they call the neckline, shoulder, head, shoulder.
Right.
And so in this case, we have to have 2 shoulders on each side. So if it breaks below this in a more meaningful way, plus combined with the MACD thing. So we're talking about all these different things, but it's telling you,
right.
That's not, now we're not guessing anymore. Am I going to go buy the puts on the SMH because I think that maybe Taiwan will be a problem? I don't know. This is the signal. This is what gives us the clear signal. Then we use risk management, use a stop order to say, hey, we only want to lose a certain amount on this trade. Once it reaches that level, we're out and we'll take the loss and move on. But if you lose 10, 20, 15%, okay, that's not good. But if you're making 300% and 200% or 70% and 60% and doing that more often, you come out way ahead.
Yeah, and I look, one thing, I 100%, everything that Matt does, like, you guys should pay attention 100%. And in the YouTube chat, I'm sorry I ignored you guys for a little bit. I totally forgot, but there's a lot of questions here. We're gonna get through these. Dot Square, hi Matt, hi Rodrigo, shout out from France. What's up, bro? We talked today. Nice to see you here. I'm glad you're here, dude. I'm glad you're here. I'm showing you all the stuff I told you, right? Jessica Meacham, yeah, we're here to learn, we're here to make money. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thanks, Jessica. Shout out. Look, options are not for everybody. Okay. If you're, I mean, I hate to say it, but if you're too emotional for options, don't get involved. Okay.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, it's okay. All right. Oh, Hanson, what is the minimum I need for trading options? So I'll tell you how much you need for this chat room. The contracts that we are trading, we're talking about 80 cents, 70 cents, 90 cents, $1, $1.20. We're talking low end. You know, there's not a lot of premium built into this. They're near-term expirations. So we're looking for a reversal. Larry, as far as the platform, I mean, I know that the inner circle members do have certain discussions on different platforms, but you'd have to go in the chat room to chat with them, see what they think. DK England, do you have to be a member to learn options from Matt? I mean, yes, of course. I mean, because imagine having a class and you're not even seeing your teacher. Like with the chat room, you're literally there Monday to Friday, DK England. So that means that you're going to have, if you want to look at it as a class, you could do that. You're there Monday to Friday. Everything that Matt will post is a piece, a nugget of knowledge for you, especially if you're new. So, Jessica, yes, the chats are member exclusive. We do some videos like this, which is a surprise one. But Matt is there all day, Monday to Friday in the chat room. Okay, just for you guys to know. Jessica, thanks for helping out. You see what I'm saying? Like Jessica joined Sunday and she's already a trooper helping everybody out. So shout out to Jessica. And yes, didn't get redirected. C. Cornell didn't get redirected to the room when I signed up. Didn't get an email. Yes, C. Cornell, send me an email, brother, and I'm gonna send you some stuff. Also, make sure all you guys that just joined, a couple things, right? You're gonna get an email about filling out a form, like laptop delivery, something like that in your email. You need to fill out the form because we need to know where we're sending you this laptop that we're hooking you up with. The other stuff is that pay attention to your emails because I'm going to be reaching out. Everybody that joined this week for Matt Maley's chat room, is entered into a raffle, and the winner of that raffle, we're going to pay for their flight. We're going to pay for their food, their drinks. We're going to give them an entrance to the FinTwit conference. That's the whole point of this, right? You're going to the FinTwit conference 2022. A lot of cool people there. You should go in and network. It's very interesting. But yes, I just wanted to let you guys know, if you just joined, expectations, and I will be answering emails, and it doesn't stop. So don't worry, guys. And we're going to stay at the end. Please make sure you stay at the end for the Q&A session, and we're going to show you the live trading chat room with some of Matt's picks. So it's D Cross. How do we join the Stock Picks Inner Circle chat room? I did not get an invite on my email. I'm sending you the invite right now in the chat. All you got to do is click on the link and you can join, my friend. So let's go ahead and carry on, Mr. Matt.
Sure. We just I just saw a headline go across about Bitcoin, and so I just thought, just looking at it, it's not. I thought, oh my gosh, there's something going on. Well, it's down $29, so it's nothing on a $43,000 thing. But I just thought it would be a good idea because I know a lot of people are interested in Bitcoin, and what I'm looking at here is you see that this thing, when it broke above the 45,000 level, see this again. Just kind of ignore the, well, I'm going to ignore the purple line right now. That's the 200-day moving average. But you can see these yellow lines or yellowish green lines. That was what they call an ascending triangle pattern. It broke above that pattern. That was bullish, but it did run in the 200-day moving average. You can see it. It stopped right there. A 200-day moving average is something that people watch very closely. Other people like to look at the 150-day, whatever. But you can see, there's no question, it got right to that level 2 different days in a row, and then fell. But you see why? It got overbought. So it got overbought at the same time it was testing a key moving average. Now it's just digesting its gains, okay? And what I'm looking for now, again, we talk about, sometimes we have, hey, we're gonna look at this, we want to buy this this stock, we want to buy this put or this call, and this, but we also talk about, hey, here's some setups. These are the things I'm looking at. It's not there yet. It may hit there tomorrow. It may not hit for 2 weeks. But let's keep an eye on this. And the one I want to keep an eye on now is if this thing can bounce back and get above its 200-day moving average, which right now is at 48,250. Well, 48,243 to be exact. But if it can, this nice little breakout here of this ascending triangle pattern and break above that 200-day moving average, that's good, because what it will tell us is that there's really nothing wrong with it. It was just working off its overbought condition. That's all. And that happens. It happens in almost every asset. If it breaks above that 200-day, you'll have a double whammy. It'll be above the ascending triangle pattern and above the 200-day. This thing's going to skyrocket. So keep an eye on that going forward. And so people put alerts in their machines, and we do this on individual stocks all the time. And so people come and say, "Hey, we were talking about this last week. It's getting to that level." And I was, so it's one that
Right.
So that's the thing. So it's also a setup thing too. It's not just out of the blue, I suddenly come in and say, "Oh my God, you got to buy Bitcoin here," or "Oh my God, you got to buy Apple here." It's we try to,
yeah, you have a plan.
Close to the letter.
You have a plan. You have a strategy. Absolutely, man. And the one that works, I must say, because hope is a strategy, but not a good one. We have Erica Oliver saying, "I called, email Rodrigo during the presentation. When should I expect a call, email?" Erica, right now, I can't answer the phone, but I'll tell you one thing. Don't wait to talk to me to join. Okay, you can join and we can talk tomorrow. You have a 7-day money back guarantee. And at least you're not, I mean, if you don't get it today, you can try getting it tomorrow, but it's going to be back to the normal price of $6,000. So if you want to pay $6,000 tomorrow, Erica, it's, be my guest. But if you want to get the 70% off, you would have to do it before midnight. And if you want the laptop and all the goodies there that I put in for you. But yes, guys, make sure you do this before midnight. The price will be going back up to $6,000. I'm not going to be able to help you guys tomorrow. I'll do my best, but I can't promise anything. Very likely it's a no. So make sure that you join today before midnight. If you have any issues, you call me, you email me, and we can go from there. But this is really good stuff, Matt. I really like the fact that not only do you use technicals, but you also use fundamentals. You use you use everything. You even look at what the crowds are saying. Oh, everybody's too bearish now. And then you start looking at the technicals. And I just think it's a great way to learn, because you're learning as you're doing, right? You're making the trades and you're explaining why. And at the end of the day, not only do these people have more money in their pocket, they're also learning a thing or two.
Absolutely. And that's, and that's the whole idea. If you can't, I just, I guess maybe some people just give me the trades and that's fine. Well, we do give them to you, but we like to talk about it. It's remember the old days when you were a kid in elementary school, and they say, okay, we're going to learn about the Revolutionary War, and then they spent, what are we talking about? The Tax Act and the and all this stuff that happened and the Boston Massacre. Let's just talk about the war, and it's like, no, you got to understand it if you really, to understand how the country came into being. And it's the same thing here. You're gonna understand it better, and you're going to be able to make more money and also feel your own risk out. I mean, different people have different risk tolerances, and there's times where I sit there and I've said, hey, I'm taking profits on half my position here, but I've got a higher risk confidence. For most people, it's already up 200%. You should probably get out. And so people, and you learn. It's like, hey, I don't want to. Why am I getting greedy here? And not only that, you can get a little bit more risk tolerant once you know it better. And it's like anything. You have more experience, you have more confidence, and more, and it allows you to do a better job.
And then we have DK England in the chat. Is the live chat through Discord? No, of course not. We don't use that. We have our own technology here. All the stuff that you're seeing on Benzinga, the chat room, which I'll show you at the end, that is all Benzinga technology developed by our coders at developers. These guys they're very, very good at what they do, and they actually love improving the product. And I'll show you all that stuff. We have a scanner that's proprietary just to the Inner Circle members, and we're going to keep adding more things. So shout out to developers always, and just know that this is really something, this is a long-term vision that we have here at Benzinga, that we're trying to help retail traders across the board around the world. Okay, I signed up somebody from Poland, from Finland, from South Korea, from Nigeria. I got friends all over the place, man. France. And I'll tell you one thing, man. All the new traders, they'll typically make the same mistake. I know because I talk to thousands of people that are traders, and we talk about trading sometimes. So, okay, great. So then basically once you have that, that's really when you're going to start, I guess, seeing that improvement, right? Matt, it's different when you're doing it by yourself, trying to figure it out and losing money. It's so frustrating. And I know a lot of people are familiar with that feeling, but I'm telling you here, I'm here to tell you that it does not have to be that way. You do not have to, it doesn't have to be that way. There's different things that you can do in the market, and Matt will show you all that stuff. You're Ananth. Yeah, dude, you are in the boat. Absolutely, man. But yeah, absolutely. I agree, Matt. I agree 100%.
Great. Well, so anyway, yeah. So one of the things that I think we have to, again, there are people in the chat room who are wildly bullish, and others who aren't quite so bullish, and there are others who are pretty bearish. I'm kind of more in the bearish camp. Although, like I said, we want to be able to make money in both directions, and we have been able to do that. But we have a situation right now where the Federal Reserve, I mean, we're going to have a lot more volatility because the Federal Reserve is don't fight the Fed. I mean, everybody talks about it on the way up. Nobody talks about it on the way down, because if the market goes down, you take your money out of their fund. They don't like that. So they're constantly being bullish. But the point is, we have these headwinds that we were facing in January when the market first started getting hit. We had high oil prices, high food prices, high inflation in general. We had the Fed tightening in a more aggressive stance. So in other words, interest rates are going higher. We had supply chain issues. We had GDP estimates coming down. What has happened to all of those? All of those headwinds have become bigger headwinds, every single one of them. Okay, and especially because of this whole situation with Russia and Ukraine. So inflation is going to take longer to conquer. And the Fed keeps. They keep saying we're going to keep doing this. I mean, the thing that they keep saying, and I wrote it down here, but it's just basically, well, the simple thing they're doing is just basically they're telling us that we want to tighten financial conditions. In my opinion, they're just going to keep doing that. They're going to they hope to job on it to kind of tighten things up. But if they have to, they will just keep tightening in terms of raising rates and shrinking their balance sheet until they achieve their goal. It's not, they have to get inflation down. In 2018, they were able to pivot very quickly because there was zero or basically no inflation to speak of. Now, if they do that and they they'll come step back on the gas, it's going to inflate a bubble of which, once all bubbles eventually burst. When it bursts, it'll be too big. It'll be because, hey, in 2000, 2008, the corporate debt was, I mean, we're in a debt bubble. I mean, it's $11 trillion of debt. And it's funny because some people say, well, that's the only way. I mean, so the Fed can't let interest rates go up because it'll cost them too much money to service the debt. And I'm like going, well, actually, that doesn't really matter because they can just keep printing the money. But more importantly, is that there are two ways out of this. We can let the bubble, the Fed can just let it go and let the bubble get ridiculous, even bigger than the 2000 bubble. And then once that bursts, the whole thing implodes. Or they can make us go through some pain now, which they've been telling us for a couple of weeks now, and especially this week, they're going to do. We're going to cause some pain now, a little bit of pain now, so we avoid the big pain later. Okay. And
Right.
and it's just it's just something that people need to embrace. Nobody wants to, no, we'll have a soft landing. And it's like the president of the Philly Fed is like, when he was asked about it, well, we might not have a soft landing, but what we want to have is a safe landing. I was like, that's his way of saying, we're not having a soft landing, okay? And it doesn't mean we have to have a disaster like we had in 2008. It doesn't like a disaster 2000. Normal recessions are kind of mild.
Really quick here, Matt.
Take care of it.
Getting a quick question here about the chat. So there's a lot of people that just joined, Matt. So maybe we could do like a little small recap really of what you do in the inner circle chat room.
Sure. I mean, we just, first of all, well, on any given day, we try to go in and when we talk about, in the morning, a lot of times I don't give any trades in the first hour because there's so much shenanigans can happen in the first hour. And I don't say shenanigans, I don't want to make it sound unscrupulous, but what happens is that most people who don't, follow the market very closely, and they go into their, they call their broker at night after dinner and say, I want to buy these shares, I want to sell these shares, just buy them at the market. That's just what Apple computer, geez, I bought it at $10, how many years ago? Who cares what price I sell it at? I'm going to make a fortune. And the same thing happens with foreign investors. They come in, they have these big orders, and maybe institutional investors, and they tend to be market orders. And so when the market opens, all these market orders just get executed in the first hour of trading. And it's for the real traders to really get a sense of feel for where the market's going to go that day. It takes a little while. And so we're talking about all sorts of things in the first hour. We're talking about what's going on in the macro situation, what's going on if the geopolitical issue is important, certain stocks are getting close to support resistance levels. It's just a general conversation, all sorts of different things. And then as we move through the day, we start making some trades, commenting on trade ideas, and that's, and then also, but I guess the point is when I say, hey, I'm bullish on this group, or I'm bullish on this stock, or I'm bearish, whatever, I say why, not just that I am, but why I am. And one of the big things, of course, is some of the misnomers that seem to make sense to most people who are not on Wall Street that are actually very tricky. And once you learn them, they're easy rules to understand, but they don't necessarily make a lot of sense theoretically. So until you know them, it's kind of hard to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, and I'm getting a couple questions here. Is the webinar recorded? No, it's not. But the inner circle members will have access to this and every other Matt Maley recording. So just as a heads up, let your fellow friends here know.
Yeah, that 11 o'clock, that Tuesday call that we do at 11 o'clock, a Zoom call, that is recorded. So if you're, doing whatever on a Tuesday, whether you're working or you're whatever, that's where you get lunch early most days. You go to 11. That's fine. You just watch the replay. It's very, very easy. So
yeah, and a quick one here also. I'm getting asked, like, what is the price at renewal next year? Because this is an annual thing. The price is going to be the same it is today. However, if you wait and you want to buy it tomorrow or the day after, you're going to pay full price, $6,000. We only have the 70% off till midnight. Don't say I didn't like try to help you out, because I'm literally telling you. So yeah, make sure you take advantage of that. Again, 7-day money back guarantee. Why wouldn't you do this? I would be shocked if you didn't, actually, considering the momentum really that Matt has behind him. But yeah, so I think, Matt, that all these traders, even though they make the same mistakes, I feel that it's a lot easier for them not to make those mistakes when you are the one in who's driving the steering wheel, like you're the one who's actually making those calls, those, we're making a left here, we're making a turn and such. They're just in for the ride. These people, like Paul, made $4,000 since Sunday. He joined on Sunday. He's made $4,000. He made 2,500 of that today with NVIDIA puts. So I mean, anybody can do this. Anybody can do this. You don't need $1 million account for this.
No, you certainly don't need that. And it's and obviously again, there's risk involved. There's no question. It's riskier. If you buy Apple computer and just sit on it, the chances of you losing 100% of your money are basically zero. If you buy a call option in Apple and you just sit on it and the stock doesn't doesn't go up, it goes down instead for just Apple's going to go down sometimes, and it goes down for a couple of weeks. You could lose 100% of your money. There's no question. That's why we trade around. We don't just wait for them to expire. Sometimes, once in a while, we do, especially if it's a small hedge. I have one of those on right now, and I'm like, if the thing goes if the market goes completely against me, this position is going to go to zero, but this position is going to cover my loss. And if the market goes the way I expect it to, this is going to expire worthless, but it's not that much money, and this one's going to make 600 or 700%, and I don't really care. It's just I just bought insurance against it, and like anything else, we'd rather not use that insurance. Sometimes we do that, but for the most part, there's no question. I don't want to. There's no givens in life, and we're just trying to do this in a way that is a lot more. It's a lot more thoughtful than I think a lot of those. I mean, some of these chat rooms have tens of thousands of people in it, and if they're pump and dump, they pump a stock up, say buy a stock, they pump it up, spread rumors around or whatever, and then dump it into the unsuspecting public and make a nice profit and move on. It's some of these, supposedly, I just go by what I read in the Wall Street Journal and the Bloomberg and other areas, the CNBC,
Right.
et cetera. But there's people who literally work for hedge funds, and they go and they pretend they're just some person from from the middle of nowhere, and they just happen to be trading. And guess what? I hear that so and so is going to be taken over by Nike today. And the stock shoots up, and it's just somebody just making stuff up. We don't deal in rumors. The only time I will even mention a rumor is that if somebody says, "Why is this stock up 20%?" I'll say, "Well, it's a fact that there's a rumor around that they're going to be bought by Apple." That's
a nice rumor.
Fact that the takeover is going to happen. It's just that the rumor, okay?
Yeah.
And I would say so. Therefore, and I will always say that. Therefore, you're on your own if you want to buy this based on that rumor, because I have no idea if it's true or not. If I did know, it'd be inside information. I wouldn't be able to tell you anyway. I don't get that kind of information. So, and I wouldn't. Yeah. I would just have to say, if I did know, I'd literally have to say I can't comment on that.
Yeah, and we look, Pragash. I am new to the platforms. Do you provide guidance on how to play orders and use the platform? No, we don't. You would have to use your own brokerage, right? Now, all you have to do is buy a call, buy a put. That's it. Okay. We're talking about pressing 3 buttons, man. Like, it's not rocket science.
And they're usually pretty good about walking you through it, because each platform's a little different.
They have, they have their own. So I'm going to refer you back to Interactive Brokers, Pragash, because they are the best people to talk about what they do. But you got to keep in mind, trade ideas are one thing, platform is another. The platform is just a tool that you use to implement the trade idea, which is what's making you the money. In this case, Matt Maley. So yeah, use whatever you want. It's whichever one you want. At the end of the day, your picks, it doesn't matter what brokerage you have. If your picks are bad, you're going to lose money. So I think it's really important to focus on the person, focus on the trade ideas. Where you put the trade, man, there's a lot of places you can do that. But yeah, Matt, I think it's an interesting take you have. And for people that don't know, you're a chief market strategist. So basically you analyze global markets, right? Can you just give us a little, just so people know what does Matt Maley do? Like, he's a chief market strategist at Miller Tabak, but what does that mean? How is that helpful to me as a trader?
We are a research firm, and we provide this kind of stuff in the market research, but I'm looking at everything. I mean, if for instance, I told you about the thing about the FXI, the Chinese market. But here's one of the best call. One I would say a good call I've made was we were buying. I'll show you here. This is. Hold on a second. Okay, This is lumber, okay? And this is back here. This is even, we did this in even before the chat room started, but oops, I went too far. Sorry. Hold on a second. Oop. Okay, let me zoom this in. But
Before we do that, Matt, hold up.
Good.
I need to give a shout out here to somebody very special. It's our newest member of the family. I want everybody here on the, because look, it's already like, 10 of you guys. So go ahead, share a warm welcome in the chat. Say, welcome DC Crows. All right, DC Crows 2771. Welcome to the family, man. It's official. Oh, it's official, man. We're family now. All right. And Matt's going to help you out every single day, Monday to Friday with the trades. So happy to have you here, man. Welcome all aboard, guys. The more the merrier. I think that's a great benefit, Matt, because if you like trading by yourself, when you are new, when you don't even understand this and you lose money on top of it, it's just such a horrible feeling, So like, why do people just jump into the market without knowing what they're doing? It's because they want to make money, obviously, right? But be patient and do it the right way. If you don't know what the right way is, just join the chat room and follow Matt, because that is the way. I'll tell you that. That's the way.
okay, it's funny when you were talking there, I started to be shuffling around here because I wanted to write something down because us having this discussion is giving me an idea that we have been talking about in the chat room, and I'm going to go through it right now. So this is one that I'm going to be talking about. We've talked about it a little bit at Home Depot. We'd actually bought so a couple of people have bought puts in it, and one of the things I look at, believe it or not, because I'm a macro strategist, right? And I talk to I talk to people from these institutional clients from, again, these big hedge funds, mutual funds, insurance companies, et cetera. I mean, I had, I was at the end of last year, I think it was early December, might have been early November, but got a call from a person or a woman saying that her boss had seen me on Bloomberg interview in Bloomberg and wanted to talk to me. And I said, I'll be more than happy to talk to him. It was Carl Icahn, and we talked for 45 minutes or longer with he and his son on a conference call. So it was now these are the people I talked to, but I have to look at the global picture, not just is Apple Computer going to go up or down 5% in the next 3 days? We want to know what the total picture is. Now here's one that I'm going to be looking at the next couple of days. Home Depot. Now this is not a chart of Home Depot. This is a chart of lumber. Okay. Now a lot of people are really worried with the rise in of interest rates and mortgage rates and the housing stocks have gotten hit. Home Depot's come down. Well, I don't, on a longer term basis, intermediate term basis, I'm not exactly sure. I'm more bullish on the group because during inflationary periods, hard assets are good, and especially homes. And
hey, really quick, Matt, here. I just want to give a quick shout out here. C Frederick 725. Thanks for joining, brother. I want to see you in that chat room tomorrow. Pop in trades with Matt. Sorry, Matt, but we have to give him the welcome here. That's a new family member.
Absolutely, love it.
Yeah, let's whip it. Let's whip it.
So so we're doing here with lumber. Okay, again, we go back to lumber, and I'm saying one of the reasons I think these things will do okay, because number one, I remember the 1970s, believe it or not, and I know very, very well that during that inflation period, even though interest rates and mortgage rates were way higher than they are now, housing stocks continue to hold up because people wanted to own hard assets. That's commodities. That's why I like Archer Daniels Midland's a great stock that we own. Chevron, some of these stocks that we talk about as owning on the stock picks, not just in the options area. And so I like them long term, but short term, I see the stocks have been very weak, been under a lot of pressure. A lot of people have turned bearish on them now. But look at this chart. This is the thing is, people are like, why are we looking at lumber? I'm telling you, lumber and Home Depot are highly correlated. Okay, and it's like, of course, that kind of makes sense, but it can't be that simple. It could possibly be that Home Depot and lumber traded together. Well, it's not a perfect correlation like most are, but it's a very good one. But look at lumber. Okay, it's getting very oversold. See that RSI chart? Remember we talked about when it gets oversold? See when it got down, it's here, it saw a bounce. Here, saw a bounce. Okay, here's when the market was just getting crushed this is when lumber was getting crushed. Remember, it had that wild sell-up, and this got overly sold because all that leverage got put into the market and they had all these margin calls. Okay, so that got overdone. But except for that one instance after that ridiculous rally, you look at every time it's gotten down to that area, it's seen a nice bounce. And that's where we are again. Not only that, it's testing its 200-day moving average. That's exactly what it hit, right? Back in February before it saw a big bounce. So this is the price of lumber. It looks like it's getting poised. It's oversold. It's testing a key support level. If it breaks this level, it's going to be a problem. But since it's oversold, I'm guessing it won't. My guess is going to bounce back. Okay, so let's go to Home Depot. And we've been talking about the stock because we were buying puts on it, and people made some nice money on those puts. And now, however, we said if it dips below 300, it's going to be a problem. Well, it did, but today it bounced back sharply. Okay, well, let's go back to this a second. I just overstate this, but hopefully you're okay. I'm going to get these moving averages out of there so we don't clutter up the chart so much. But again, another reason why I like housing is that people they're getting too expensive interest rates. That's true. But the thing that's worse is rentals. I mean, let's just talk about the fundamentals now. The rental prices are going through the roof. And so people are saying, well, I know I got to stretch for this, but I can't afford the freaking rent. If I'm going to pay that much, I'm going to pay it a mortgage payment. At least I'll own an asset. I'll have some equity. Now, paying high rent is just pissing money out the window. I'm not doing that. So that's another reason to be bullish on a intermediate long-term basis on housing. But see that this 300 level, it got right down to that level in June of last year and bounced. It got right down to that level in February, bounced. It's, again, remember what I said, if it breaks a little bit below, that's not a big problem, but it's getting oversold. And what I'm going to be watching now is that if lumber can bounce, which it looks like it's poised to do, it may not happen tomorrow. This may be something we push off in an early next week. But we also remember we talked about the MACD chart. Remember that thing that signaled a change in momentum. If we can get this line to see a positive cross, that's going to be really, really bullish. And so we're going to play this to the positive side. So I'm going to be watching lumber very closely in the next couple of days as a good signal as to what's going to happen for Home Depot stock and whether we want to go in and take the chance, even though the group has been weak, very weak lately. And you see the same thing here with Lowe's. See how it made a lower low? That's dicey, but it's very, very oversold, you see? And so this is, again, 200. It's funny because the 200 level for that one, 300 for happens to be round numbers. But
right.
This is one that looks poised for well. So if you join the chat room, I guarantee you, we're going to be talking about Home Depot tomorrow. We may not pull the trigger tomorrow, but we're going to very good chance to pull the trigger one way or the other in the next couple of days.
Details coming in the chat room. Details are in the chat room. Okay, you got to get in those DMs there with Matt. So, Shawson, you're putting in the comments. Would you, if I went 10K on Matt's first suggestion of a play, would you have a problem with that? If I don't know your account size, Shawson, but it's up, that's something for you to kind of determine, but I would not go all in if that's kind of where you're trying to get at. I would not go all in on the contracts because we're trading them. That's why we're trading them. You put a percentage of your portfolio in them. Don't make the mistake that I did. I went, I used to be 100% Reddit trader. I'm telling you, and I'm a totally different person now. So I'm talking to you from experience. Shawson,
I would just say, dude, you never want to go if your account is 10,000, you definitely do not want to put your first trade at 10,000. Not even close. And it's 100,000. I don't know that I put 10,000 in and on the very first trade. Again, especially if you're new, you want to learn and just you've got more money than, let's say you got more money than God. You just won the lottery, whatever it happens to be, and I just want to, geez, I don't like playing video games anymore. I'm just going to start doing this. So I'm going to put $1 million. I got $100 million. I'm just going to put $1 million and play with it. Even if I had that, I'd be doing small trades so I can learn exactly what's going on. So yeah, you don't want to bet the farm on an initial trade at any time. That's just, and especially we're showing you the stuff that I'm doing here, and it is absolutely everything we're telling you is absolutely to be proved. But you don't know me from Adam, and so when we you want to get that comfort level, that's important. So you don't want to bet the farm on an initial trade ever.
We're just trading that. We're just trading that. And look, man, you just, do the math for me, right? Do the math for me. Like that FXI trade, let's say you're at, 10, 12, 13, I don't know, several thousands, 8,000, 10,000, 11,000. how much would it be really to put a couple $100 there, which is what I do. The way I do it, I put, a couple $100 in each of those trades. Now, on the ones that I'm in, of course, because sometimes I'm busy, but all it takes a couple $100. Do the math. 14x your money back to back. Well, 10x your money back to back 14 times. And let me know what number you get. And now if you would have got but we don't suggest going all in. And not every trade is like that. But literally a couple of dollars here or there really, can really make a big difference. And yes, what Matt is using there is a Bloomberg terminal. It's not available for retail. It's only available to the big boys, right? That's why Matt has it.
Well, you
And,
can.
but here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Get
Also,
it if you want.
Matt Maley is actually giving you guys, if he does find something there worth looking into, he'll let you guys know. But when it comes to trading, technicals, all that stuff, Matt is also going to help you guys with the education. But
yeah, if you want a Bloomberg, you can do it. It's just $6,000 a month.
yeah, I mean, if you guys want to pay 6 racks a month, and
I think it's that much. Maybe it's 4, whatever it is. It's a lot of money, and I do it because I work at Miller Tayback, and that's what we have. That's we use for our service. So that's a lot of money. So, but there are so many other great platforms that are very, very good. So don't worry about not having Bloomberg.
Yeah, and the thing, Matt, here is that like I was mentioning earlier, at this point, we're living in a day and age that, let's say, for example, you have somebody who has the right tools but doesn't have the right education, has no idea how to use them for the maximum benefit. And then you have people that have education and they're putting a good fight, but they don't have the right tools. In this case, we have the chat room, which kind of closes the gap for retail traders and is able to provide them the best of both worlds, where you can actually not only learn, make money, but you can also join an amazing community of people that are working together as a group. All right. This is not like one of these pump and dump chat rooms that has a bunch of fake accounts, a bunch of bots, a bunch of pumpers. Join my Discord, blah, blah, blah. You've heard that. Okay. That's not what we're here for. We're here to provide you a real experience that you can actually enjoy. Right. It's not just about making money, but also having fun. Right. What's the point if we can crack a joke here and there?
And we definitely have our fun. Somebody, and it's one of the things that I use was like when the market was really getting hit there, and I said, I said, we said, well, if we break this is a key level, we break the support level, which we did. And of course, the market got hit hard. And I said, it's like, if we break this level, it's AMF. And I got all these, question marks. AMF, AMF, AMF. I said, oh yeah, adios, mother.
Oh yeah.
And it's just fun. I mean, it's just a dumb little thing, but everybody got a good laugh out of it. It's just, and but we kitty, it's funny because we've gotten to know each other a lot. So some of these political things and some people like, oh, geez, you're getting too political. And we're like, actually, these two know each other and they're just kind of busting each other's chops. It's not, as you get to know it, we try to keep away from that. But there's a woman was on yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, you can't,
her dog.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, those are the kind of things that you can't ignore. Like if you are literally ignoring government policy on businesses and sectors, you should stop trading right now. I'm telling you, if you're literally ignoring that on purpose, or you don't want to look into it to know how you can benefit from it, like stop trading, because I'll tell you, Nancy Pelosi's trading that and you're not. So you really want to start getting with the groove. Even the people in Congress are trading for that stuff, So like it's you got to wake up, man. Open your eyes, folks. Open your eyes, please.
When it comes to politics, when I talk about it in a serious manner, I mean, once in a while I'll make a joke about Nancy Pelosi's husband having a perfect record trading, almost perfect record trading stocks, which is another issue. But the thing is, if I make a comment, it has nothing to do with whether I'm a Republican or a Democrat or a left or right or whatever I stand on the issue. I'm just telling you, this is the issue. This is what's happening. This is how it's going to affect the stock market, or this is how it's going to affect an individual group, or this is going to affect an individual stock. I'm not giving you. For me to tell you what you should think or not think is ridiculous.
The best way I would put this, it's like if you're driving a vehicle and you are not listening or looking to the traffic lights, you shouldn't be driving. Right? Would you say that's a good way to put it out for the folks here, Matt? Let's say if you're driving, you're not even looking at the red light or green light. That's kind of like, you can't ignore things in the market. You just can't.
Right.
Yeah.
Especially nowadays with with all the geopolitical things going on. I mean, there were people, who were saying when things were getting rough and saying, they're going to take, the people inside the Kremlin are going to take out Putin. And I just said, listen, nice here, but what are you basing that on? And they were just like saying, well, it would make sense, wouldn't it? I mean, like you're
The
you're
news.
just guessing. I mean, it's
Yeah, the
like you're
news.
hoping.
Right.
I mean, whatever. It's like we can't make decisions based on what you think that something like that. There's just no way to know. Let's base it on what we do know, and and there's a lot of things we don't know. So let's not take anything to anything to a severe degree. But at the same time,
You can't ignore it, period. It's just you just can't ignore it, period. But let's move on here, right? So with trading, we go over a lot of different things that are happening. That's just one of them, but there are things that are happening in other parts of the world that are really able to impact stocks that move here. And that's really one of the benefits that you have because you're a chief market strategist. You know global markets, and you've been doing this for 40, well, going to be 40 years in November or what?
November, yeah.
November. I got it. But yeah, man, that's a clean record. I don't know how much more experience you can get. Like, I mean, JP Morgan's been around for 200 years. You're literally 1/4 of that. So, and you're one person. So, and that's good, man, because when it comes to this, when it comes to money, man, like I mean, you should not, obviously, you should not, how do I put this? Like when it comes to money, you should be serious. And I mean that like if you're trying to learn how to trade, don't go into social media and make this into a social thing because it's not. If you go to social media to try to get trades, that's where you get suckered in. Well, you need to be in a closed private community that everybody is on the same agenda. We're all helping each other out. We're all doing this. It's not like, like Discord, none of that stuff. These are all real people. It's a private, closed community, and we're all working together. And that's really why we protect. That's why there's a premium to it because you're not exposed to all the other stuff that's going on around, and you have a great environment to learn and make money. So, and you do this every day, Matt. So honestly, like, let's say if I were, say my bathroom broke, right, and I'm calling a plumber, would I trust the plumber that just graduated from plumbing school or whatever, or would I trust the 40-year-old experience, the plumber that's been doing it for 40 years? Of course, the guy. So if you care about your money, you're gonna hire the best damn plumber out there, right? Not what's popular, not what makes you feel cool on social media. This is about making money, not being social. So let's focus on what matters, guys. Making sure that we make good trades, that we're analyzing the market, that we're not ignoring data that is directly applicable to stocks, right? And we have to work together as a community, and we do that every day. But yeah, Matt, those have been some really good trades you've put out there. What are a couple trades off the top of your head right now you can think of? A couple trades that you've done, and that had an interesting story, so we can kind of see how your brain, processes this
Well,
stuff.
we talked about that situation with Home Depot, which worked out really well. But the same thing again. We're going into you get these people who they really concentrate on too much. I'm just going to talk about the Disney thing here. I'll pull it up. It's just the thing here. And again, this.
By
was
the
not-
way,
was that-
really, 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 really quick here. I got to give a shout out to my boy here, AF Marone. Shout out. Thanks for joining. Welcome to the family, man. Welcome to the family. I love it. Matt, you have a new family member here. The family is getting bigger.
There
every
we go.
day.
That's great. That's great. Welcome aboard. Well, one of the things we talked about, we combined a couple of things. Is again is this is Micron technology. This is going back to last year. It looks, you can see the stock. It's seen some big moves. We've captured some of them, not all of them. I don't want to claim something that we didn't do. But this is what happened in the. First of all, I just saying the stock is finally getting some traction. It's finally it'd been going down, since April of last year, and it's just going down. Now it got very, very oversold, and I was like, geez, I should buy it. We should buy. We should look at this one. It's getting very oversold, and I didn't. I admit I didn't. But it got up here and it got to this trend line, and I'm like, if this thing can break out, this is going to be a big mover, okay, of that trend line, because it's we've got a lower high, lower low, about the same high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. All of a sudden, it's like, well, wait a minute. Now we've broken the trend line. We got a decent chance of making a higher high here. So let's look at this one. Let's look at the call options in this one, and then we got to go. Okay, that's the technical aspect. What's the whoops?
Someone is asking about oil, and all I have to say is that Matt was the guy that was pounding the table on oil when it was nobody wanted to look at it or even mention it, and also on commodities in general, like 2-3 years back. And
Oh, yeah.
that's really when you saw these companies like US Steel, all these companies that are like 30, $40, whatever, they were like single digit dollars when Matt was calling them out. So I mean, not only do you get good trades, but literally you can pick Matt's brain, of course, within reason.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just I would take advantage of it. I'm telling you, there's no better thing for you if you're starting out to trade.
Okay, here's what we're talking about. Back in oops, I'm sorry, I went back too far. That's a really busy chart. Let's go back to 2000 there. Okay, bang. Okay, now we were in. Now we all know what happened in the and this is Chevron. Okay, this is the chart on Chevron. Okay. Okay, now we all know what happened in March of 2020. Everything got thrown out. Everything got killed. All right. Okay, so we all know that. And it got crazy oversold. Everything got crazy oversold. So you kind of disregard that as like, well, geez, it didn't get as oversold as it did back in March of 2020. That's because the whole world shut down. So I'm not going to wait for things to get as oversold as they were back in March of 2020. So instead, it came here in September. The thing got incredibly oversold on a technical basis. Okay, I was talking about the whole oil sector, and everything was changing in my mind. Number one, technically, I'm sorry, fundamentally, because of what was going on, everybody politically, everybody was clamping down. Nobody was spending new money on exploration of fossil fuels all over the world. And then when Biden came in, of course, they just completely shut it down. Not making a political comment. I'm just saying that's a fact. That is a fact. Okay, and but all of these other places, Saudi Arabia, Middle East, OPEC, all these people had stopped investing in fossil fuels. And I knew that even everybody's saying, "Oh, this is so great. This is so great." I'm like, yeah, it's great for the world, but we don't have a bridge. We don't have a big enough bridge. And even the EIA, the IEA, International Energy Association, said that we're going to be the demand for fossil fuels is going to be 95% of what it was in 2030. In 2030, it's going to be 95% of what it was pre-pandemic. Okay, so that's out there. People have to buy it. Okay, and we don't have a way to live. So prices are going to go up. Oil prices, number one. So that's going to be really good for Chevron. Okay, the stock, like I said, was oversold. Then I looked at the positioning. The futures traders were ultra short of crude oil in the futures pits. I looked at sentiment among futures traders was basically no bulls. There was 5% bulls. That's unheard of. 5% bull. What? I mean, 15% is ridiculously low. 5% is basically unheard of. So everybody's bearish, everybody's short, and all of the institutional traders, the mutual funds, the hedge funds, they own the smallest percentage. That was the smallest percentage in their portfolio ever, like 2%. So I said, everybody's on one side of the boat. As soon as people wake up to the fundamentals, this thing's gonna go higher. And so I said, for the timing, I waited for the technicals. The technicals to tell me they're really ridiculously oversold. And look at what Chevron's done since then. Not to mention the fact that at the time we were pushing it, the stock yield 7.5%. Okay, so you have made, when you bought it, that stock, when we were suggesting it, when I was suggesting it, in here, I didn't get the exact low, so I don't want to, so the stock, there, boom, you're up 135%, plus you've gained, you had a 7.5% dividend, okay? So if the stock flattens out now for a while, which it has done, I'm still making money because I'm getting a 7.5% dividend.
Nice.
That's
nice.
that's spectacular. So this is the way that we combine fundamental analysis with technical analysis, et cetera. Now, having said that, a couple of weeks ago, let's see here, CVX. Well, I'm just going to go crude oil, commodity.
Okay. Yeah, really quick here, Matt. Ricky's girl is asking. Let me pull this up. How much does so by the way, don't use the Q&A, guys, use the chat. But Ricky's girl, how much does it cost to join Benzinga? Today it's a 70% off. Tomorrow it's going back to the full price, 6,000. So I'd go ahead and make sure you use it. You could take advantage of the deal because it is until midnight, and you do have a 7-day money back guarantee. So yeah, I just wanted to get that one out of the day. Pragash, how many option trades does Matt recommend a day? Matt, yeah, I think maybe you would be best one for that.
Yeah, it just depends on the day. We do several. I mean, let me put it this way, because I want to be very honest. The number of ideas that are thrown out there are at least a dozen, maybe a couple of dozen. For me, it's 3 or 4 trades a day, and it just depends. And the other days get really hopping. Then we'll get. I mean, for instance, when the market really started getting hit again last week, I just went, oh, okay, we want to do the QQQs, we want to do the SPY, but look at Nvidia too. And then suddenly other people are saying, well, what about, so those are 3 trades that we did. And then other people saying, what about advanced micro devices? That's getting knocked down. That's another good one. So even though it wasn't my idea, people started peppering me. Well, if these stocks are getting hit, I should look at these too. And I'm like, yes. Or and then in a couple of cases, I'm like, oh no, not that one. Everything's getting hit, but this one, for whatever reason, is going higher. So I guess my point is official trades, maybe 3, 4, or 5, and if there's nothing to be there, I'm not going to force it. But like I said, there's a lot of other ideas in the room from several other people, and those
Yeah, and sometimes sometimes you don't have to trade and you wait for confirmation. Like, for example, I'm going to give you guys the perfect example of why impatience is gonna burn your account. There was, I don't remember what day it was, Matt, but it was when the queues were consolidating. That I don't know if you were making trades or not, or really, because at least this particular week. But I know that you were making trades there always. But there was let's say somebody is like, well, Matt is trying to wait for confirmation, but I want to make a trade right now. So that person went and bought calls by themselves. Not that not that you told them to buy calls. They bought calls because they didn't want to wait for you to get confirmation. So what did they do? They went out, bought calls. They lost all that money, and instead of waiting for the signal to buy those puts on your end, and they would have been up very nicely today. So impatience is a big killer, guys. And sometimes you don't have to trade. You can wait for confirmation. Who's putting a gun to your head to say that you got to trade? Keep in mind, brokerages promote that because they make money from every trade you make. So of course, trade 1,000 times a day, they'll tell you. But you shouldn't do what they tell you.
We don't make a commission on your trades, so we're not.
Exactly. We don't make commission on your trades. Absolutely. So it seems like people are wired, like, from the beginning, like, day trade every damn second of the day, even when you're in the bathroom. Like, you don't have to do that, guys. And the brokerages promote that so that you think that that's what you got to do. But when you overtrade, you blow up your account as well. So like I told you, there's a lot of, the industry, you got to be careful. You got to know your lane. You need to know what really is on your favor, right? Who really is there to help you? Because you might not even, many of you guys didn't even know all this stuff, but yeah, brokerages do squeeze the hell out of all your trades. They make all that money, and they don't, even when you're buying calls, so yeah, it's very important to know, guys. There's probably only one person besides yourself you should listen to when it comes to trading, and that's Matt. That's hands down. You're transparent. You're honest. I personally cannot trust anybody on like, all these like news places because they have an agenda. They're reading from a prompter. I don't use a teleprompter. I don't have a script. I don't have a producer telling me to do this or that. We're here because our agenda is to help the retail trader, the small person, the small guy, because it's the odds have been stacked against us for too long. And this is really why we're doing this. We're joining together as a community, and we trade together, and we have Matt as our leader. So it's not like we're doing, like these meme stuff. We're literally trading with a strategy, a plan. Green, good question. The price is for 1 year. Absolutely, it's for 1 year. Does the chat platform give alerts on the mobile phone? Prakash, it's mobile. Yeah, super mobile friendly. So you can log in from your phone, but make sure you use a browser. You have to use a browser. You can log in from any browser on anything. What is the price of the stock? What is the price of the plan? From stocks. Good question. Right now, today until midnight, it's 70% off. If you wait until after midnight, it's going to go back to the normal price, 6,000. So I wouldn't wait. You have a 7-day money back guarantee. I also want to let you guys know that you will have access immediately. Red Rum, great comment. That's all you need. 3-4 accurate trades. Don't get wrecked by trading like a maniac. You don't want to be in front of the computer all day. And this is such a problem that is tied to people that are new because the brokerages promote that whole thing where you should trade every second, every day, and you shouldn't wait for confirmation ever. Who does that, right? Like, so
yeah,
I
mean, there are rules against churning, of course, but that doesn't keep them from doing it. And again, there's a lot of good brokers out there. We don't want to badmouth everybody. But there are many very good brokers. But The point is that there's absolutely no way we benefit from doing a lot of trades or churning your account, because we don't get paid anything by telling you to do a lot of trades. Zero. I mean, you pay the flat fee. The whole idea is for you to get paid back 100% of your return quickly,
Mhm.
and you don't have to. I mean, if you do 3 trades all year, what I could, I could make
Just give me that FXI trade. Just give me
yeah,
that one of
yeah,
those a year, and we're good. Like, it's fine. One of those will make up for anything that happened to you.
right.
But
And it's just there's just a different feeling. Again, I'm not disparage other people, but it's just what they do. I mean, so much is that they're paid to be bullish. It's just what
yeah,
they're
and somebody that's new will not know that, Matt. And that's where, but that's the point. What I'm trying to say, that if you have somebody that's new, they don't know that they have a bunch of vultures on top of them,
right.
and they don't know that they're not looking out for them, for their money. And that's really our agenda. That's specifically what we do. If I go to CNBC right now and I see the Jim Cramer pumping some other stuff there, that's not a trade idea. You shouldn't take it as such, right? You should do research, have a strategy, and a mentor, somebody that can help you. Because if you're new, don't try to do this on your own. I'm telling you, man, it's just not, like, don't do that to your money, right? You worked so hard for your money, and you're gonna just blow it all out just because you saw some meme stock out there. Come on, let's be serious about this,
Yeah,
So
it's just, I mean, Jim Cramer does a very good job. He works very hard. But I mean, he talks about 50 stocks a day. How could you be right on 50 stocks a day? Maybe I'm exaggerating. Maybe it's 20 stocks a day. But it's just hard. I mean, and he, again, he's not, again, he doesn't get anything out of getting people to buy
and
these stocks.
and I want to give
But they want, his advertisers want him to be bullish. I mean, I don't
yes,
overstate it, but I don't want to accuse him of anything, because he's very,
yeah.
very, he's a hardworking guy.
Yeah, he's a cool guy. That's just a business. But the thing is that retail traders are not told that that's not what you should use it for, right? They're not told that news is news, but they look at news and they're like, let's chase the news. In this case, you're not chasing news. In this case, you're not chasing tops. You're shorting tops and you're buying calls on bottoms, which is different. But Doggy the Need, this guy, I signed him up yesterday, Matt. Listen to this. Hi, Rodrigo and Matt. It's Jade Trades. I don't know if you remember them from the chat.
Yeah.
I joined late night Tuesday, and I got to be in the chat Wednesday and today. I have PDT rules and was already 2 trades in the hole. Third, well, in parentheses, 3 PDT a week max. Okay. Plus, I had to wait for new money to clear my brokers. Plus, I had 3 losing trades in the works before I joined the chat. All right. I have already blown up 2 trade accounts. And I remember because we spoke about that, Doggy. Doggy needs love. Doggy needs home. And then, anyhow, I took Matt's SQQQ and SPXS trade recommendation on Wednesday and closed them at the bottom, okay? At the bottom in capital letters. Dead on.
Of the stock and the top for the for the options. Yeah.
Dead on, right? And then he puts play or dead on, like Matt mentioned on early in this video. So 2 days in, and I'm up $582 for 2 days work. Matt, you are the man. Thanks again, Rodrigo, for your efficiency here in the webinars. Yep, today we closed them. I'm glad you took profits. I'm glad Matt Maley broke that losing streak, and that's Matt Maley style, man. What can I say? I'm glad you see, but you take the leap, you take the chance. We're giving you a 7-day money back guarantee. Like, why wouldn't you, really?
Right, and it's like I said, if these people, there are, again, and it's the pump and dump chat rooms, and it's like, if I bought, I don't buy something unless I tell you. I do have some holdings that I've held for a long time, and for instance, one is Citigroup. It's actually not a big holding, but Citigroup I've owned for a long time. It's a very small, very, very small position, but and anybody asks me, I say, well, I have to say I'm a holder. I own Citigroup, and I haven't sold it. I've held it for 2 decades. I haven't sold it. I probably should have. The stock hasn't done very well, but it's where I used to work. Solomon Rose got taken over by Travelers, which got taken over by Citigroup, and so it was just I got from that. But anyway, and I'd sold a bunch of it a long time ago. But anyway, the point is that I don't. I mean, I don't buy something. So people come in and they buy something. They buy it, and then they push it and suggest it on one of these chat rooms. No, you don't know, you have no idea that they have already bought this, that they're just trying to run it up. You know, when I buy it, and it's like, this is not something I buy and I kind of whisper to, some other people and hope the stock goes up a little bit. And then I come into the chat room and say, hey, you got to buy this thing to run it higher. And plus, we don't have 10,000 people in this chat room, so we're not moving the stocks anyway. And the point is, number one. Number two, when I get out, you know it. I mean, the only times if I haven't said it is, it's like I bought a real small one. It was kind of a hedge, and it was obviously out of the money and just expired worthless. I don't necessarily, I won't say that. There's one that I did mention today. I owned a very small position. It'll probably expire worthless. I put that in the chat, but it was a tiny position that I bought a couple of weeks ago, and people probably forgot I had it. I did post it when I had it. But the point is, when I do it, you know about it, and when I get in, when I get out. If I sell only half, I sell only half. If I sell all of it, I sell all of it. You know it.
And that's the thing. That's why I touch on that, because it is something that people don't even know. But yeah, that's why you need to use the right things for the right things, right? So with Matt's chat, you're gonna get trade ideas. You're gonna get education. You're gonna get feedback on your strategies. If you are in a bad trade and you need help, you can ask. You can ask Matt. But look at Doggy Needs Good Home. His message. When I talked to this man on the phone, we had a certain conversation, and I was pretty positive that Matt was going to help him. We talked about the markets. We talked about his experience trading. I do my best to get to know you guys as users, and that way we can make this a better experience for everybody. But now I'm really happy to see you here, Doggy, and I'm really happy that you're actually here. You broke your losing streak. You're now on a winning streak, and that really makes me happy. And this is why I do this. All right. If you're asking why I'm doing this, like so much, it's for that, because I'm helping out people out there. That's my mission here. So, if you are in a bad trade, if you're in a losing streak, if what you're doing is not working, why are you still doing it? It's time to try something different that actually has good results behind that. Doggy, for sure, bro. Absolutely, man. Dude, you're welcome. So yeah, even if you're having, bad luck, or whatever it is you want to call it, right? You need the reasons that's happening. I think really it's because you're trading by yourself, and you're talking to yourself about these trades, and there's no one there to check you. And if you do trade with a community, it's a totally different ball game, because now you have 40, 50 mini Matt Maleys that are scanning the market, and just, like soldiers out there, so we're all working together. We're all helping each other out. It's not easy, but it's not impossible if you have the right approach, mindset, and tools. So, Doggy, I'm really happy for you, man. And I know there's a lot of other people that have amazing videos, not videos, amazing experiences here with your chat room. Again, like the guy that paid off his like student loan and stuff, but like it's really something that, the way I look at it, Matt, you have two choices, right? You can either go and try to do this on your own and blow up your account like 90% of other retail traders, and then come back calling me once you blew up your account, or you could just join and learn and make money while you do that. Those are the two roads here. Maybe you don't see them, but those are the two roads. So we're trying to help, guys, right?
Good. Yes, that's what we're trying to do. But maybe I don't know if we want to go to the little the part where we go over throw some tickers in the chat room, so we can kind of go over some stuff or whatever.
Yeah. So let's do this, right? Right now, here's what we're gonna do. Matt, while I'm doing this, Matt's gonna pull up Tesla, and he's gonna just look at it. But I'll tell you this in the meantime, right? For all you guys that just joined, remember, 7-day money back guarantee, 70% off, expires at midnight. It will go back to 6,000 tomorrow if you don't get it till today. Also, everybody that joins this week, the Stock Picks Inner Circle chat room is automatically entered into a raffle, and that person that is selected will win a fully loaded trip with all expenses paid to Las Vegas, Nevada for the FinTwit conference, which is going to be very fun. So again, this is a fully we'll go pick you up at the airport. All right, we're gonna go drop you off. We're gonna go to dinner. We're gonna go do stuff. Well, I mean, you will in the conference, right? You're gonna be able to do that with a lot of people there. So just a heads up, what's going on, Doggy? Really happy for you, man. You really made my day happy. What, Doggy? So it's for sure. Doggy says you're in the right place. Don't be like me. 2 years and $80,000 later, I'm finally green. Well, I'm glad that we're able to be a part of that, Doggy. And I'm glad that you were able to do that with Matt. So you see, Matt, like the impact that you have on people's lives, like it's
Well,
just,
yeah.
I like it. I like it. I mean, it's real. It's not, so.
Well, we're doing our best. That's for sure. It's like it's nice to hear. I mean, it's like anything else. We don't want to overpromise here, but we're definitely working hard for what we're doing. And like I said, you're not making a bet that I'm not making. If you're going to find, and people are making plenty of other things now. It's kind of interesting today because you're asking about Tesla, and we talked about it a little bit earlier, but I want to talk about it a little bit more now. If you can see this, let's see if I can make it a little bit bigger for you guys. That makes it a little bit bigger. But see these things right here. Got again. I mentioned earlier. Got right up to that resistance, that trend line. I'm sorry. And now, however, okay, yeah, good. So I was looking at the wrong thing. See how today the stock was starting to bend down, but I don't know if you can tell, but it did bounce back nicely. There were people in the chat room who really pushed it towards the end of the day. Now, I was not one of those people. I mean, I was focusing on other things and talking about other things. And so I let them just run with it. But people made some nice profits in the call options in Tesla today. So like I said, this is not just a one-man show. People are helping each other all the time. But this stock is going to need to see some upside follow through immediately. Okay, here we go. Remember that thing I taught, that MACD chart? Look what happened there. Freaking fell out of bed. Here, fell out of bed. Here it bounced around, a lot of false means. Now we got one right here. Okay, major. It's just about to see it now. It may be a head fake. It may not see a cross, but if it does, we want to get out of this stock. You want to be out of the stock. Or at least, if you have a long term, that's one thing. If you have your big long term holding, that's fine. You think it's going to 10,000, that's great. But even if you just own the stock, you want to pare back and the trading aspect of your account, pare back some of it, because you'll be able to buy it back down here if it sees that foot. And so tomorrow's going to be a key day for this stock. Tomorrow on Monday. So keep an eye on that. So right now I am leaning towards the bearish side of things. I'm leaning towards, even though people rightfully, and I didn't disagree that they should buy Tesla. I didn't say, oh, don't buy it. They went ahead and bought the stock, and I think played in the calls as well, and did well, and did very well with the stock. But on a more long-term basis, if we break back below that level and get the negative cross, that's going to be very, very, this is totally technical analysis, but on a short-term basis with this stock and the trading account, that's the most important thing, because these numbers, you still look at these numbers, they're nowhere near what Ford's is, but we're long-term basis, we're looking at a different thing. A short-term basis, technical analysis has been so good for us. It's so easy. Why fight it? Okay. And here it didn't give us any big signals. So why step to the plate? Why jump in front? Oh, looks like it's oversold. Well, it's getting a positive cross, but it's only a really mild one. Well, that lasted for 2 days and it rolled back over. We want to see either a very positive cross. See what the very positive cross meant there, straight up.
Right.
Positive cross there. So these are the things we use. This is what we'll be using. Right now I'm leaning towards the negative side on Tesla, but we'll see what it does in the next day, especially tomorrow, but within by Monday as well.
Okay. All right. So to recap, guys, we're entering the stock picks, the stock picks part of the session here, where basically Matt is we're gonna grab a couple tickers. I'll explain to you how this works. Okay. We grab a couple tickers from the chat, and we can't go over all of them, obviously, but we'll grab a few. Matt will go over them, and if there is a trade to be made, okay, if there is a trade to be made, because there's not always a trade to make, but if there's a trade to be made, right, Matt will follow up in the chat room, okay? Paul Marshall made about $2,500 on NVIDIA puts today, and that was like today, one day. But we're gonna go over, and we might, we're gonna cover NVIDIA. I mean, there's gonna be another trade to follow up on NVIDIA. So for you guys that are members, just keep that in the back of your head, that Matt is gonna come out with some possible trade ideas from the stocks that we're gonna be looking at right now. So let's go ahead and start. Mike Axon is asking for NVIDIA, please.
NVIDIA, what's the symbol on that one?
And
I'm joking.
you know that. And Paul Marshall, we should also ask Paul, what does he think about NVIDIA too?
Yeah, sure.
So
Hold on a second here. Okay, let's pull it up. So And one of the things that somebody asked me, and I, what gave you the feeling that it was really going to fall? This is what it was 2 days ago when it was trading up here. And okay, let's get rid of, I got way too many lines out here, so I apologize. Let's get rid of some of them. Make it a little bit easier to check out here. Okay, now, so we're going to look at this on both a short-term and intermediate-term basis. Okay, first of all, I say, well, geez, it made, it held support here, so that looked good. But the thing was, and it broke above a trend line. I'm not going to draw up there, but you see the trend line. It made a higher high. Everything looked really good. However, it was getting overbought. And so I did not catch the exact top. It was coming over here. And what happened was the stock went down several days in a row. I'm going to blow it up so you can see it a little bit better, hopefully. There, you can see it's coming down. The little line on the left-hand side of the bar is where it opens, and the little line on the right-hand side of the bar is where it closes. But anyway, it started coming down. And then it saw a little bit of a bounce. I said, well, maybe this is just something that's working off the overbought condition and it's going to rally right back up. But so I was like, that looked good. The stock opened nicely, basically unchanged, and sold straight down. And what happened is it dropped below this day's low. So it was purely a technical call. I didn't like that it failed to get any upside follow through. And I said, buy the put options. And they say, and then you can see what the stock fell out of bed. Now, hold on a second. Now see now here, this is a concern, right? We had that MACD cross. So it looks like it's probably going to go lower, but we got to be careful. See this? We got oh gosh, I'm sorry. I want to get rid of these other lines. I got too many lines on here. Okay. Now here, remember what I talked about? We got a very slight positive cross, but we didn't get a confirmed one. So if you bought it and you bought it too early, you got freaking creamed right here. This one, it's there. It's taken place. So what I'm looking for now, NVIDIA saw a nice bounce at the end of the day today, but it's breaking below its 200-day moving average, and it's seeing this negative cross on the MACD chart, and it's one of the most important stocks in the SMH, which is the semiconductor ETF. Okay, here, look how much this has rolled back over. Again, I'll get rid of some of these charts and some of these distractions here.
Yeah, and I don't think we mentioned this, but the focus of the chat is options. But I want to let you guys know something. Due to Matt Maley being a beast, right? He also analyzes crypto and Bitcoin and Ethereum. And now you have a real professional being able to, and keep in mind, you can also ask Matt about like penny stocks. Like, remember when we talked about MULN? It was like 99 cents. And then that thing went all the way up to $4, and the chat members banked on it. And I gave him the trade. I'm not in the chat room trading, or nothing like that. But hey, we as a retail trader, I see things out there, and I don't really have well, let's just say, there's nobody of real caliber that I would trust that would answer a question about a penny stock to me or any retail trader. So custom company loves penny stocks. I mean, nobody, like the news places will not talk about penny stocks. And actually, that's a really interesting point because Benzinga is the only company, the only news source that covers all these small caps, mid caps that CNBC won't cover because all they want to talk about is Apple, Facebook, and Tesla. So, there's more to the world than those three companies. And that's why with Matt, you get a professional opinion on something that the professionals will not discuss. And I think that adds a lot of value because we banked on MULN. Let him know, Matt, what happened.
Yeah, it's worked out incredibly well. Now, I will say though, if I don't know the stock, I'll just tell you that I just don't know the stock, or I'll say, hey, I don't know the stock, but I can look at the technicals, and this is what the technicals are telling me. It's a little bit more narrow of a conversation than a broad one where I'm trying to cover all sorts of different aspects of it to fully get a feel for the stock. But yeah, this one was it was breaking out to new highs. And so we just jumped on board. It was literally a technical play, and like Rodrigo said, it went from below $1 to $4. I mean, even I can do that math, okay? And then again, if you own the options, it was a huge home run. So today was kind of funny because the stock was kind of bouncing around. We played it for a short time, and then people just got out. But it's it's a, it's a riskier play, but it's one where we can make money on. And when you have, there are times though, there's no question, there are times when I just say, this thing, I use the exact same, this thing's too rich for my blood, or it's too volatile for my blood. I would just be guessing. And I'm not going to make guesses. If I'm just guessing, I'm not giving you any help. It doesn't mean it won't work. It just means that I don't trust it enough to make the play. So I try to be very careful about that. And just this one thing on the SMH, just keep an eye. Just keep this in mind. The SMH broke below its trend line, going all the way back to March 2020, the pandemic lows, went right back up, tested that line, failed. Now it's rolling over again, another lower high. It breaks to a lower low. We're going to have some problems in the semiconductor area. A lot of people really like this group, like Advanced Micro Devices. Great company, great long-term prospects. But if the group gets hit, and this stock breaks below, it's big if. In fact, I'm looking to play this one from the bullish side. But see how the the $100 level has been such good support for the stock, unbelievably good support for the stock. And so I was kind of hoping the market would close on its lows and we get a nice bounce tomorrow. But the one thing I'm going to be saying, believe me, I don't care how good this company is on a long-term basis. You test the level 4 times and then finally break it, it's going to get crunched. And it's going to provide an unbelievable buying opportunity on a long-term basis. But people, I just don't want people to get caught up in it saying, oh, it's such a great company. There's no way. Well, yeah, it doesn't matter. Amazon went down 90%, okay, during the dot-com crash, okay? I'm not saying Advanced Micro is going down 90%. Amazon changed the world in a way that few other companies ever have. Their earnings took off during from 2000 to 2001, 2002, took off. Their margins expanded. They exploded. Everything was great, but we were in the middle of a bear market, so the stock got crushed. And this is what will happen. Now, again, I'm not looking for markets getting crushed, and I'm not saying this stock will get crushed, but I do think the market's going lower. And I do think this stock will eventually at some point break that $100 level, and you'll want to own puts in this thing. But also be looking for an opportunity to buy the stock both on a long-term and short-term basis. It will provide an unbelievable opportunity. But that's what I'm saying. Embrace the volatility. Embrace the change. Don't fear it. If you fear it, you're going to get your head handed to you. If you embrace it, you can take advantage of it. I am not looking to weather this storm. We're in a storm of volatility. The Fed's changing a policy in a significant way, going from massive liquidity to not stopping at neutral, going straight to tightening. Okay, and they push the stock market 20 times earnings. They push it well above its underlying fundamentals. It has to come down one way or the other to a certain degree. And the fact that they're tightening means, it's the right thing to do. This is good for a long-term basis, but we're going to have a lot of volatility. Let's take advantage of it. And I just thought, but I guess what do they call it? The Navy SEALs say, embrace the suck. Well, luckily we won't have to go through the suck the way they do in their training, but that's what you do, because the people who fight it are the ones, in their case, who get hurt. For our case, they just feel some pain. And this is an unbelievable opportunity, and we have the tools. Let's use them.
Right. Absolutely. I mean, if you have it there and you don't use it, what's going on, But Matt, this has been an insanely awesome session. I think it's a special session. I don't know if you know, but I'm in Detroit here. They flew me over here to the headquarters, and beautiful Benzinga here, beautiful place, beautiful state. And I can tell you one thing, Matt. This has helped so much people out there, right? Doggy is just one of them. Okay. And it's, you would block me from sending you emails if I'd send you like every single, positive comment that we get, because there's so many. You'd just be like, yo, dude, enough, but but these people are happy, and they talk to me, they tell me how they feel. They're like, man, I really just want to, say thank you to Matt for me, please, because he's helped me get out of a hole that I was in. And I don't want to get too deep on this person, but it's very important to have financial security, especially in these days with the economy. You're losing money already as it is with inflation, period. So you have to find a way to not only stay neutral, but get ahead, right? That's what we're here for. Matt, yeah, what's up?
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, do you have any closing remarks here for the folks? Because I'm gonna stay after here, just showing them the chat room, a little Q&A. But let's hear from you some closing remarks on this market and what you will be telling the users this week on how to benefit and profit from these swings.
Yeah, it's just, the thing is, and I kind of alluded to it just a minute ago, and I'm going to kind of reiterate, is we're trying to do more than just weather the storm. I hear that a lot and I understand it. It's like, oh, things are tough. You see these commercials for brokerage firms. We want to help you weather the storm. And that's good. I mean, I'm glad that they're willing to do that. But the tools are there now to do more than just weather the storm. And we want to be those people that, we raise a little cash now, make a little bit more cash, so that when things really get dicey, we can take full advantage of it. I mean, that's how Warren Buffett became a billionaire, was buying when everybody else was panicking, buying when there was blood in the streets. And that's what we want to be doing. And to be able to do that, we need to be able to, and we have the tools. We didn't have those tools at any other time in history, and we do have them now. We just have to use them, correctly. There's a lot of risk involved with some of these trades, a lot of these trades. But if we work at it and not try to do 500 trades in a day, just find our spots, make our money, and then move on. Because I just think that the volatility we have right now is going to be with us for a while, whether because of the Fed, because of what's going on in Eastern Europe. The world is changing in certain ways. Let's embrace it. And I keep saying the term embrace, but I hope you'll stay on. You can listen to Rodrigo talk about show you the chat room a little bit more and go to some more of those details. But it's just a time that's is going to be painful for a lot of people. But for those of us, I think, who will be able to make money during this time, that when the what really hits the fan, likely we're in May of 2020, we'll be the ones who will be able to take advantage of it and again, keep our heads about us when others are losing theirs, and we won't be getting margin calls, because what usually happens at that point, we get the washout, the capitulation. The people are panicking and selling it at the exact wrong time. Some of those people are leveraged and they have no choice because they're getting margin calls. But for other people, they're just selling at the exact wrong time. And then when the market bounces back, as soon as it bounces 5%, they go, oh, thank God, one little bounce, I'm out. And so they don't sell at the exact low, but they sell at 5%, and the market keeps going up for years. I mean, that's what people, I'll never forget, May of 2009, there were people saying it's the biggest suckers rally of all time. And I said, no, this is a great rally. It's going to last a long time. And boy, if you sold in May of 2009, you had a rough couple of years, because the market just got nothing but going higher. So that's what I do. Again, I'm passionate about the markets. I love the markets. And again, it's you get what I get, and we want to be go through this storm together. And like any storm, if you have other people to help you with it, you're going to do a lot better. And not only that, on the other side, you're going to be able to really pick up some stocks and have the money and the wherewithal and the confidence. Because if you've lost a lot of money during that decline, you don't have any confidence. If you've got the confidence, like, I'm going to step to the plate and buy this thing, and then suddenly, you're sitting there going, geez, I'm still trading. Really, 5 years from now, you're like, geez, I'm still trading, making nice money trading, but boy, I stepped up and put some real money to work at the right near the lows and shortly after the lows, and I just suddenly my retirement's coming earlier than I had thought. It's all what we want, right? Although I'll be trading till for another 30 years, and my father's 92, so hopefully I'll live as long as he does, and I'll still be trading. But anyway, thanks again for being here today. I think, and just going forward here, tomorrow we'll be looking at the markets, because we're kind of at a key point here, because I was telling you about those MACD charts are rolling over for the big indexes. And if they do cross, it's going to be a negative profit. It's going to be a problem. So we're watching that. But next week, we start with the earnings. Now, some of those earnings prospects aren't, oops, I had the wrong thing there. That's the SPX stock, not the index, sorry. So we'll put it up there so you can see it. Looks better. Gives you a better idea. See, it's seeing a negative crosshair. It's very, very close. If we get that, it's going to be a problem. But now, again, sometimes you sit there and it's a completely neutral stock. I don't have inside information of whether their earnings are going to be good or not. But I do sometimes see that, hey, a stock is really, really overbought. And boy, even if they give good earnings, the stock's going to go down. If they get lousy earnings, it's going to get killed. And so we try to play in those things. But there's a lot of times I just say, I don't know. The stock's neutral. I have no idea if their earnings are going to be good or not. If I did, it would be because I have inside information, and I wouldn't be able to give that to you even if I could. But next week things are going to get real. I mean, we've been doing a lot in the QQQs and stuff like that lately. These index ETFs. We're going to be doing a lot more in the individual stocks as the earnings season hits in full force next week and for the next 3 or 4 weeks. Thanks again. Good luck with everything. And thanks for those who joined up. We'll talk to you tomorrow in the chat. And I hope others will consider it too. It's going to be an exciting couple of months and really the rest of the year. Thanks a lot, Rodrigo.
Absolutely, absolutely, Matt. Thanks a lot for your time, for being so nice here with us, and thank you for those sweet ass trades, man. Thank you for at the end of the day, right? So I'll see you in the chat room, Matt. I'll see you in the chat room. I'm gonna show just 1 second here. I'm gonna show my my screen here. So I'm just gonna show you guys the chat room here, but shout out, Matt, again, man. We love you so.
Thanks, buddy. Have a great one. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, man. All right, let's absolutely do that. So, folks, again, number one, thank you for being here, right? We still have not finished. We are still going. And just know that this is going to expire at midnight. And I wouldn't wait to talk with me. I wouldn't wait to talk with me to sign up because tomorrow the price will go back up to 6,000. Only for tonight, we have the 70% off. We only have this deal because I'm in Detroit. That's it. Once I leave Detroit tomorrow, it's going back to 6,000. So because I'm here, I hooked you guys up and I gave you this deal. So you really, really should take it. There's a 7-day money back guarantee and it's best friend price. Okay. Now, 7-day money back guarantee, you get a free laptop. On top of the free laptop, you get the live trading Monday to Friday, the Tuesday sessions that you have with Matt. That's every Tuesday. And on top of that, you get entered into a raffle that if you do win, if we do select you, what happens is that you will win a fully paid trip to Las Vegas. And we are going to pay all of it. We're going to pay for your flight. We're going to pay for your transportation, food. Also, more importantly, the conference. It's a $3,000 ticket to get into the FinTwit conference. We're giving that to you for free, but that's just one person. We're giving it to one person, and that person has to sign up this week. So we're going to do the raffle. The raffle finishes tomorrow. I mean, so, and the event is on May. So, this is not like a forever kind of thing. It just so happens that I was able to, raffle one of these tickets for you guys. So you're welcome for sure. And if anybody does have questions on the chat, make sure to put them now while I'm here and while we can answer some questions. Don't wait to talk to me tomorrow because the price will be 6,000 and you have a 7-day money back guarantee. So either way, you still can do it. Let's see, custom company. Is it 7 calendar days? Correct. 7 days a week, right? Paul Marshall made $2,500 in a day on NVIDIA puts. This guy's crazy. What a trade. And that's actually like, you see that, like, if you would join and already, like, instead of thinking about it, like, I'm just reading over some of the emails where where people are like, don't be mad at yourself for not joining earlier. Don't be mad at yourself. It's fine. Look, I mean, but you did miss out on some good trades. Let's just be, real about it. So stop sitting on the sidelines. What are you waiting for? We're giving you a 7-day money back guarantee. There's absolutely no excuse that could exist in your head right now when it comes to trading with Matt and with our beautiful community here. Like Paul Marshall, he joined recently, made 2,500 on NVIDIA. Look at Doggy. Doggy broke a losing streak. So I can go all day with stories like this, and these are real people. You can go into the chat room and be friends with them if you want. So these are real stories. These are actual people that are getting better results. It's that simple. It doesn't have to be, magical. It's called work. It's called experience. Okay. And if you don't have it, that's maybe why you're not making good trades. Now, on the other hand, Matt does have that 40 years of it. And I mean, that's good enough for me, man. Libya Wadisabi, can you tell us on the NVIDIA puts? Paul Marshall, if you are in the chat, give us the details of the NVIDIA puts for Mr. Libya there. Because I don't know what puts you bought, Paul. But I do know that Matt did put to buy specific puts, but I don't know if you bought those specific ones. Let's see. Okay, sorry, I was just answering an email here from Rocky Hair. Rocky, if you're here, I got your email now. But again, ask me here. Ask me here in this thing so that, it's way better than answering 40 emails. I'm telling you, like, do me a favor. Come on, man. Let's ask the questions here. All right. Let's not wait till tomorrow or a week later, or don't wait till you blow up your account to call me and tell me, hey, man, I should have joined last week. Oh, really? You think so? Like, I've been trying to tell you this for all this time. Um, it's a no brainer. Um, Though, okay, Libya. So, though I am not signed, Matt can be trusted. Absolutely. Matt is the only person on Wall Street that I could, Um, here we go. So, all right, guys. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody, if anybody does have questions, post it now or don't ask. But today is the day to ask the question right now while we're here in the chat. If you have a question, make sure to email it. It's 7:40 p.m. In Detroit time. So, the office is closed, the only one here. And I could tell you there's nobody to take the calls here right now. So I'm the only soldier here, but I'll tell you that don't wait to talk to me. Don't wait to talk to me to sign up. We can talk tomorrow. We can talk Monday. We can talk Tuesday, any other day. You got 7 days to try it out. And, see if you can pull a Paul Marshall there, right? If you can pull a doggy there, right? So I'm showing you guys the chat room. Very simple, very straightforward, not rocket science. All you're doing is buying calls, buying puts. That's it. It doesn't get easier than that. It just doesn't. Um, Sound control, all channels on, mentions and replies. If somebody tags you and stuff, like you can actually, see it there. So Matt's important messages, really quick. Make sure you pay attention, especially everybody that signed up. Matt's important messages is where he will post the entries and exits and all that stuff. The inner circle chat is where everybody else is posting, and I mean everybody else that is not Matt Maley, right? You have Biking Chef. We got Biking Chef again. We got Zule. We got David. Well, let's see. I mean, it's a really nice crowd there. And I'm telling you, people are discussing like really interesting trade ideas. So I have to give credit where credit is due. And that's really the community itself. A bunch of great people, a bunch of smart people that work really hard and, be part of the team. Why not? I don't see why you wouldn't want to join it and give it a shot, honestly. So, I think we're good here with the questions. Let me just double check. Matt will be on. Good question. Matt will be on 5 days a week. Yeah, Matt Maley is going to be there 5 days a week, Monday to Friday. Absolutely. That's the deal. That's the deal. You get Matt Maley 5 days a week. Shadow won. I got to run, but it was good to see you, Rodrigo and Matt. It's good to see you too, Shadow. See you too. Engage more in the chat. I want to see you here more. I want to see when all the crew is here, when all the, when everybody's here. All right. Make sure you put all right. Yeah, perfect, Shadow. I like it. Okay. Well, guys, thank you very much for being here. My time here is now I got to do other stuff. It's not over yet, but we're building it. So thank you very much for joining, guys. We had Matt Maley, Chief Market Strategist at the Benzinga Stock Picks Inner Circle chat room, where we are trading options every single day, Monday to Friday, buying calls, buying puts. It's the most simple type of trade you can make. If you're asking yourself, should I do it? Should I not do it? You have a 7-day money back guarantee. It's a no-brainer. Of course you should do it. And if you make money while you're at it, then there you go, right? Paul Marshall, I'm really happy you made that nice Nvidia trade. You made 2,500 on a day. You've made 4,000 since you joined on Sunday. People always try to ask me, how fast am I going to make my money back? Like, I don't have a calculator for that. But look at the people that are joining and see what they say. They are the best people to ask. Look at what Paul Marshall said. Paul Marshall joined Sunday. I remember Paul. He's made $4,000 since he joined on Sunday. What if you haven't joined, what are you waiting for? Seriously. I mean, if you want to pay more and wait, that's fine. But, we're giving you a good deal now, and it's not going to be there tomorrow. So get it while it's there. Libya, Rodrigo, are you going to have this promotion another time? Unfortunately, no. We're not going to have this promotion again. This promotion is only because I'm in Detroit. I want to let you guys know. If I wouldn't be in Detroit, you'd be paying full $6,000 right now. But but I was able to convince the Chiefs here to bring it down 70% off. And now you have it there. So I'm always working for you guys in the back end, even if you don't know it. And by the way, okay, um, all you guys that join, everybody that joins, it will automatically, like, you don't even have to tell me anything. Like, anybody that joins is going to get a couple nice perks or benefits or extras, if you will. So if you're curious what are the extras or whatever, you can email me. But many of you guys will already know when you sign up, you'll see it there. But if you're still trying to figure out what is this extra that Rodrigo's talking about, just email me and I'll let you know. But everybody gets it. Everybody that joins will get this extra. C Cornell, you sold me. Go get me my access to. Oh, Cornell, funny dude, huh? So for you guys to know, as soon as you join, you will have immediate access. All right. It's not like tomorrow or Wednesday or the next week. You sign up right now, you get immediate access right now. You don't have to wait till tomorrow. You can pop in there right now, like I am, and you can start reading and going over the trade ideas and setups that Matt has provided. Why? Because you need to catch up. You need to get up to speed. We're live trading every single day. There's no pause here. There's no holidays. We're trading nonstop. So, oh, and if we're not trading, we're not putting the trades. We're doing the research. We're all working together. I really encourage you to give this a shot, because if you don't pull a Paul Marshall here, joined Sunday, made $4 grand since Sunday, I would like to know how many other people have had a similar experience, or how many people have not. And if you have not, then why don't you give this a shot? Why don't you try this? I really would be very curious to know what is holding you back of getting this, insane deal with Matt Maley, because it just doesn't square up to me that, you're getting a 7-day money back guarantee. You're talking to a 40-year Wall Street veteran who's on CNBC and Bloomberg TV, somebody that's traded in the biggest desk in the world, Merrill Lynch, managed accounts for Fidelity and BlackRock, chief market strategist. He also worked at Solomon Brothers, which was the hottest firm in the 70s and 80s, like the biggest, So it's an impeccable resume that I have to add. Matt Maley has. He's a career guy, and I respect people that take their career seriously. And that is why I really was like, okay, I want to hear more about this guy, Matt. Like, who is this guy? And then I started looking into it. I started doing my research. I'm like, okay, so he's got 40 years doing this. Okay. And you tell me you have 6 months, you have 1 year trading, and you want to do this on your own. And like, let's come back down to earth. All right. Let's come back down to earth, guys. The odds are the odds are stacked against you. They are, period. You need to give yourself a chance, like a chance in general. And for that, you really need to take a step forward. You need to take a leap. And I understand that, but it's not even a leap, because you're getting a 7-day money back guarantee. And I can tell you the reputation, the brand of Benzinga is, you can't compare with anything else. We're pretty much a company of its own. The way we do things is very unique here. It's very, very personal. I can tell you, because I take part in the processes of the company. We do everything we can to help people. That is our job here. We are here to help you as a trader, as however we can, right? However we can. Because if I can't, if it's not something, I probably know the guy that can, right? It's probably going to be Matt Maley. So if you want to, trade in the market and see how your luck is, and try to guess, and just keep doing what you're doing that is not working, and somehow you keep doing it, man, you're free to blow up your money all day, any day. But if you want something different, if you want to break a losing streak like Doggy, if you want to make $4,000 since Sunday, which is like 4 days ago, like Paul Marshall, if you want to have a similar experience to these people, why not try it out and see what all the buzz is about? You're going to find out for yourself right away. You're going to know if it's legit or not right away. So why wouldn't you try it out if you have a 7-day money back guarantee as well to come with it? And I can tell you 95% of companies do not offer money back guarantees. We do. What does that tell you? Like, read between the lines, please, folks. We're trying to help you, but if you don't let yourself be helped, hey, that's a different conversation. So, all right, folks, great session here. I want to give a shout out to everybody that's been here in the chat with me today. It's Thursday. We're in Detroit. You guys are getting this deal just because I'm in Detroit. I'm leaving Detroit tomorrow, and that's why tomorrow the price goes back to 6,000. So maybe they should bring me back to Detroit more. Maybe, who knows? But you got to remember that this expires at midnight. So um, if there is a unforeseen circumstance or anything like that that happens, you have to make sure, and I'm being serious, you have to make sure that you email me, because if I'm gonna give you that deal, today's deal tomorrow, it's, I'm gonna at least want to see an email from you today. Okay. So make sure you email if you have questions. The contact is posted in the chat. Libya, yeah, we're not doing this promotion another time, man. It's, I mean, it's you can still join, but it's gonna be, a lot more. So I'm trying to help you guys, but that's really what it is. It's you at the end of the day, you guys can do obviously whatever you guys want, but like I'm literally doing my best to show you what these people are doing in the chat room, you know. So you can go in and ask them and see it for yourself. So I really think you guys should give it a try. If what you're doing is not working, then why are you still doing it? It's time to try something new, right? New year, new you. Stop losing money and start making money. This is it. This is the sign you've been looking for. Okay, I'm talking to you. This is the sign that you needed to make the change, to flip the switch and really start taking trading seriously. Stop gambling. We both know you're gambling. We both know what's going on there. Okay, we want you to be a successful trader. And we want you to be successful in the long term and the short term. And that's really why we give you guys all these tools and benefits and things like that. And you can see the results. I mean, Paul Marshall came here by himself today. Doggy, well, Doggy, I know Doggy. I spoke with Doggy, but I have not spoken with him since we spoke on the phone last time. So that's why I was really happy to see that, man, that you actually broke the losing streak and that you're up, and it's just great to see the impact. Okay, I got a couple questions here. Green Moon, that's more than enough. I'll tell you that. That's already more than enough. There's people in the chat room that, not going to talk about people's accounts, obviously. I mean, I don't even know. But yeah, so that's more than enough, Green Moon. Balloony play, maybe we can work something out. Call me, well, email me. Email me. Don't call me. You can call me if you want, but I think it's better to email because I always have access to my emails. Green Moon, I'm 65 on a fixed income. Do you have seniors discount? Send an email to rodrigo@benzinga.com, but the discount that we have today is pretty much like the discount for everybody. We're not picking people that get the discount or don't get it. We're giving it to everybody. We think everybody deserves a chance to make money in this market, which means that everybody gets the best friend discount. And what I would do, Green Moon, is that I would join in today, send me an email. You're getting all the bonuses and perks that I mentioned earlier. You're getting live trading Monday to Friday, number one. Then you have sessions on Tuesdays with Matt, 11:30 a.m. Eastern, every Tuesday. You chop it down. You talk about news, stocks, things like that, trades, updates, adjust the portfolio, that kind of stuff. You have also a free laptop that everybody gets. Everybody gets the free laptop that joins. Then you're gonna enter a raffle to win a free ticket. We're gonna literally fly you out, whoever wins this thing. We're gonna bring you to Las Vegas. We're gonna buy your plane ticket. We're gonna buy your food, your drinks, everything. Like, you're covered. You're good. You're Benzinga. You're gonna be that one Benzinga like VIP to the max, pretty much. You're gonna go to the event. It's a $3,000 ticket. If anybody here wants to go to that event, just know you have to pay like $2,000-$3,000, and you can actually go for free if you join and you win the raffle here. So again, a 7-day money back guarantee still on that. Like, at this point, it's like, dude, just take my money, Rodrigo. Just do it, right? Just do it. MW, I would say the trade ideas are the best thing to really Here's what I would do. Here's what I would do, MW. Yes, I think trade ideas are very important. And I think that who will cover my shift at work though? MW, you'll make so much money, man. You'll hire someone. You'll be able to have your own. You can send him to work when you don't want to go to work. And the cool thing is that you can actually do this while you're at work. I mean, if you have time to scroll through Instagram and do a whole bunch of nonsense that means nothing, you have time to have an open chat room and make hundreds of percents on trades. You do. Stop making up excuses. Okay. Excuses sound best to those who make them up. Don't be like that. Okay. You got to take a chance. You got to go hard. We're giving you everything that we can to make this the best experience for you. 100%. And I wasn't even done yet because you on top will, if you win that raffle, you'll go to the FinTwit thing, right? And then, well, I'm like at number 6 already. I'm at number 6 already. And number 6, you're going to get a special prize if you join. And this, everybody gets it. Everybody that joins will get this special prize. And you will know when, after you do the checkout, you'll see it there. But you can also email me if you're curious, but everybody will get it. So MW Quarry, you know the drill. Join the chat room, okay? Make some money. And look, I know people that have literally left their jobs because they made so much money on trading with Matt. It's just the reality, when you're doing, I mean, I'm not going to talk numbers because I'm not going to out this person because they told me in trust how much they, like the whole trade. And it was several people, but there was more than 2, 3, or 3 people. There was several people in the chat room with Matt that made over $100,000 in that FXI trade. And of course, I'm not going to tell you who these people are, because I respect privacy, but these things can happen and you need to be ready when they do. When the show goes down, you want to be first row seat, baby. You don't want to be chasing. All right. You just don't. MW Quarry, an excuse is a lie wrapped in a truth. And it's a nice one. Nice one. Getting all philosophical here. So, all right, guys, that's it for me here. Thank you everybody for being here. I want to give a shout out to a couple folks here. Let's see if we can pull up this list. Again, don't wait to talk to me to join. You can literally, you're gonna miss out on the deal. Seriously, so don't. We can talk tomorrow. I'm still gonna be here. All right, let me pull up a couple of people here. We got Houston. What's up, Houston? Bahama Jack in the house. You still here, Jack? I'm still here. Baseman, Boston T. What's up, man? What's up, Boston? Chicks and properties? Oh, checking properties. Nice. Checking properties, huh? Charles Dagna, what's up, dude? Doggy needs good home. I like it. You see the people that are making money in the chat room are here. And I'm wondering where are those that are not making money? And then who those people blame, right? You got nobody to blame but yourself in this life, man. So if you want to make money, engage, be part of the community. Look at these sessions that we did for like literally 3 hours with Matt Maley. You literally got all this knowledge here for free. Like if you don't want to learn, it's because you don't want to learn, but you should want to become a better version of who you are today in every aspect. So if you have a weakness on one side, you know that you got to work on that yourself. And you have to continue to try to improve yourself, like on a personal development level. So if you have issues with trading, if you're not there where you need to be, you know that there are certain skill sets that you need to acquire and you don't get them for free. You have to go through the motions. You have to apply them, trial and error, maybe blow up your account a couple times. But that's not what we want. We want you to take the safe route. What is the safe route? You ask. Safe route's going with Matt Maley, period. 40 years of the game is as safe as it needs to be for me. So Doggy, I'm really happy, man, that you made some good money. You broke the losing streak. Everybody here is cheering for you. All the members are cheering for you. And we cheer for all you guys every single day. And again, look at the people that are in the chat room right now, the people that are making money. So again, if you want to get engaged and be with a community that actually cares, that actually gives a damn about you, this is it. This is it. It's the one and only. Okay. SD, what's going on? How we doing? Hardy F, Catalina, what's up? Kilaru. Let's see who's here. Lee Strock, what's up? Ron Benford, how we doing? Mr. Rancher, hello. Ricky's girl, what's up, man? W Daniels, all right. The PMD group, cool stuff, man. Good to see some faces here. But all right, that's like I'm officially done now. Okay, now we are done, and I just want to give a shout out to everybody here. What's up? Wait, we got the cleaning crew here and everything. Just so you know how hard we go. Just so you know how hard we go, right? We got the folks right there, man. Check them out. We're still in the office. Okay, I'm still here. I'm not. Well, I mean, we're over now, but so we're here. We're always gonna be here for you guys. Okay, understand that. We're like this. Okay, we're like this. Um, can I bring a guest? Green Mom? I don't know. I don't know. We can talk later, but I don't know. If you join, you get already one ticket. I mean, if you win the raffle, of course, you join and win the raffle, you get one ticket. Um, the other ticket, I don't know. Let's talk tomorrow, or next week. Boston T, I have a 17-year record of losing money. I don't believe this chat's gonna change that. Well, Boston, I mean, you'd be surprised, dude. If you would talk to the people that I talk to, you'd have a much different point of view on the chat room. Believe me on that. Believe me on that. Because, I talk to these people every day and I know the trades every day. So, yep. Once you start making that kind of money, we'll see. We'll see. But it's okay. Don't worry. Like literally it happens all the time. People are like, hey, Rodrigo, well, I blew up my account and I wish I would have joined mad because I saw that he made 300% on such and such. Well, don't be that person. Don't wait till you get hit to come and ask for help. Do it before it happens, right? Like, do you get insurance after you have an accident or do you get insurance before you have an accident? Just think about that. Just think about that, okay? Um, good morning. Where are you, dude? Leo, where are you, man? Good morning. What do you mean? It's like 8 p.m. here on Detroit. It's like 9 p.m. Eastern. So I don't know where you, um, but yeah, guys, I think that does it for me. I just wanted to give everybody a quick shout out here. I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank you all for continuing to work on yourselves and trying to improve yourselves as traders. I'm doing the best I can to give you as much as I can here, but you have to put in the work too. And it takes two to tango, right? So know that we're here for you. That is what we're here for. If you have questions, you can email the contact information that we're putting in the chat. That would be a good start. And make sure that you do this before midnight because it'll expire at midnight. Corey, email me, bro. Lou Bannon just joined, still here, hoping to learn. I got you, bro. I got you. We are here to learn. We are here to learn. There's no schedule. Success does not have a schedule. You are the schedule. You call the shots. You create your destiny. Okay? There's enough complaining, enough excuses. It's time to take matters into your own hands. Okay? Period. Stop making up excuses. We all know that's what's happening here. So make sure you join. Make sure you're part of the community. Engage, participate, have fun, of course, right? And obviously make money with Matt. That's what everybody here is doing. So C. Cornell, is anyone here against their will? Touch your nose if yes. I don't know what you mean, Cornell, but I think you've been a funny dude today, so I'm gonna let it slide. But Cornell, go ahead and join, man. I'm sure you're gonna have fun. I'm sure you're gonna enjoy this. It's really something that the way I look at it, I wish I had this when I started. That way, maybe I wouldn't have blown up my account twice. It was a tough lesson, and you know, the lessons are not supposed to be painful. Like when you go to school and let's say you're just going to middle school, you don't get like mugged every day, right? Or you don't get like, beaten up. So that's the same concept, like you kind of have to take this seriously, guys. When it comes to trading, you got to pay attention. You have to know that this is, it's not a walk in the park. And if you come in with that mentality, you're going to get hurt. If you come in with the gambling mentality, you're going to get hurt. So I really, really encourage all you guys to put in the hours, put in the work, because that's the one thing that I can't do for you. That's the one thing that I can give you a good deal. I can give you a laptop. I can put you in a raffle for a ticket to the conference. I can give you newsletters, but if you don't put in the work, I mean, I'm limited to how much I can help you. And I want to help. You got to let yourself be helped too, also sometimes. So, um, for whoever needs to hear that. But but yeah, guys, I think that calls it for me clocking out here. Not really, because I still got more stuff to do, but um, I just want to give a shout out to everybody who's here. A warm welcome, a big hug to everybody in the YouTube chat and on the Zoom chat. Please make sure that you come tomorrow in the morning to the chat room. You have access to it right now. So if you join right now, you'll have access immediately. There is no there's no reason for you to not join today. You have a 7-day money back guarantee. Come on. Like, you wouldn't be smart if you don't take the deal, period. So you have the 7-day money back guarantee. You can literally pop in there, see what's going on, look at the trades for yourself. Don't believe me? No problem. Go in and see it for yourself. And you have a 7-day money back guarantee too. That's on the checkout. So, there's only so much I can do, again, to help you. And the rest is up to you. The rest is up to you. We are literally, I mean, if you're at the table right now and you're here, what you do on from here is up to you. If you take it seriously and you end up, you start, like, for example, look at Doggy, or Paul Marshall. I'm sure that they've put countless hours into mastering, their abilities and creating skill sets and finessing the skill sets too. So people get rewarded in public for what they practice in private millions of times. So Matt Maley's done this for 40 years. 40 years. All right, think about that. A lot of you guys are like 20 or 20 something. So he's been doing this for 40 years, man. And all of that experience, it's just like something that you can't buy. It's like that one thing that you wish you had, but you have to have lived through it, if that makes sense. To really understand it, you kind of have to live through it, if that makes sense. You have to actually go through it to get you have to go through the motions, if that makes sense. But I know that Paul, I know that Doggy, I know a lot of people here that, I've been talking to, that are members of the chat room. They've made some great improvements. They've really changed things, a total 180 compared to when I talked to them the first time. And it's really good to see that you can have that impact in people, in a time and day and age where, it's just a crazy, crazy market that we're living in. You need to have at least something on your side. And I think the best is it's Matt Maley, because when corrections happen, Matt is literally making the most amount of money. Like, Matt banks the most when there's a correction. So we could be in a bull market, we're still making money. But if there is a correction, I'm telling you, this guy is loaded to the teeth with puts all the way down. Like, just like that Viacom put. Okay, the Qs. I remember there were some people that were like, "Oh yeah, we got a rally. We got a rally going on right now." They went all in with calls because they wanted to, and they got emotional. And then Matt simply said, "Now I have my confirmation, and I'm buying puts and I'm loading up." Those puts were up like 200-300%. Okay, and we're not even talking about the Nvidia put. Paul Marshall made $2,500 on the Nvidia puts today. How much did you make today? I'd like to know if you made more than $2,500, because Paul joined Sunday and he's made $4,000. So if Paul did it, I would like to know why you think that you cannot do it. I would like to know your reason, or in other words, I'd like to know what is the excuse of why you haven't jumped in and taken advantage of this, because Paul did, and he's $4,000 richer than he was Sunday. If you want to have something like that and trade around that kind of community, there's not going to be a better chance for you to do it. If you want to pay $6,000 tomorrow, that's fine with me. All right. I'm giving you this deal. It expires at midnight, and everything else is up to you. I said I can help you so much. The rest is up to you. You need to want to help yourself too. So, good note to end this on. It's the ball's on your court at this point. I showed up and I showed you what's up. All right. I told you exactly what it is. I described it to you. I showed you what Matt does. I brought him in here to talk about this with you guys. And I'm giving you a 7-day money back guarantee. I'm giving you a free laptop. I'm putting you in a raffle to get a fully paid vacation to a conference, the FinTwit conference, paying your flight, paying your food, your drinks, your everything. I'm giving you also bonuses and things like that. So there's only so much I can do, right? But that is where you have to take the baton, right? That's where you have to do the relay. I showed you what's up here. If you want to try it out, you have a 7-day money back guarantee. There's no commitment. Literally, you can try it. That's what we have that. So give it a shot. You have all this going on for you, 70% off. Paul Marshall, I'm really happy to see that you were able to make that $4,000 since Sunday, especially in a market where most people are getting blown up every day. So shout out to you, Paul. You're the real MVP there. Well, and Matt, of course, Matt is the real MVP, no doubt. Like Matt has made people rich, straight up. So, all right, folks. I think now it's official. I think now we're gonna leave the stream running. We're gonna leave the stream running because if I close the stream, I think the deal is gonna go off. I think the deal like stops. So I'm gonna go ahead and let the stream run here for a couple more, like an hour, maybe something like that. I really need you to make sure that you sign up while we have the discount, because I don't know if that make sure that you're seeing the 70% off, because tomorrow, first thing in the morning, maybe around that time, this is going to be a $6,000 chat room again. And I'm not going to help you. I'm not going to be able to help you. I'm sorry. I'm giving you the deal. I'm giving you the offer right now in this moment in time. We are in April 7th. It's 8 p.m. on Detroit time. If you want to change your trading, if you want to turn around what you consider is bad trading skills, you can do it, but you need help. You don't go to law school and teach yourself how to be a lawyer. You don't go to the doctor school, whatever, medical school, and teach yourself how to be a neurosurgeon. You don't. You have to be able to recognize that you need help, period. Don't be proud. We are all proud a little bit, but we have to put that aside. We have to put that aside when we're talking about this. So as real as it can get, I'll tell you the truth always, right? So shout out to everybody, guys. Warm welcome, warm hugs for everybody. Paul Marshall, man, we're gonna send you a trophy, Paul. And Doggy, I'll see you in the chat room, dude. I'm happy you broke that losing streak. Everybody in the chat room is happy for you, no doubt. So you got to keep up the good work. Keep up the good work. Don't slack. Don't go out there and gamble just because like you have to make sure that you stick with the plan. Okay. Our rancher I haven't even been looking at this chat. Our rancher, shout out, brother. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the family. I will try to have a nice weekend in Detroit. We're gonna try to make it work here. All right. I'm telling you, we had a fun. Yeah, we're having fun. And so let's see a couple more comments. So rancher number 1, dude, I'm sorry I missed it. I didn't give you a shout out, but I'm here and I'm still giving you that shout out. Okay. And you are part of the family, of course. Let's go ahead and see here what we got going on, because things got a little crazy here. All right, let's go ahead and see how many new people we got in here. Well, we got a lot, but I just want to make sure that I give everybody a respectful shout out, of course. It wouldn't be the same without it. Okay. All right. Buck a Gambit. Yo, Ryan Rancher, MBA. What kind of MBA you got? Well, finance, Ryan? Let's see. All right. So shout out to Rancher in the house for joining. Shout out to, what is this? Buck Gambit. Shout out to you, bro. New family members. It's the excitement you get when you're about to have like a little brother or something. I swear to God, like every time somebody joins, it's like, holy shit, I got a new family member. Like we got, the community's getting bigger. We're all helping each other out. It's great to see that, because you'll see that everybody helps each other out. Just see it in the chat room for yourself. I'm not going to tell you anymore. Just see it for yourself. Okay. And so shout out to all these guys, Ryan Rancher, you the man. And make sure that you sign up before midnight, because this will expire and you have to at least try to email me. At least email me. Don't wait to talk to me on the phone to get it done. Don't wait to talk to me on the phone. It's 8:20 p.m. It's my last night here in Detroit. Okay, let me have a good night. Sign up, and we'll talk tomorrow. We'll talk Monday, so that way I can enjoy my last night here in Detroit, and we can all work together. Like, I'm giving you guys a lot here, so give me something back too, and I can have a fun time, right? I've been here all day, like 15 hours, so for you and all for you guys, I do it for you guys. So we're negotiating here at this point, so let's make it happen, everybody. Let's have a fun night. Sign up. Talk to me tomorrow. Make sure you email me, and we can go from there. So at this point, I think we're done. And shout out to everybody. Make sure that if you sign up, fill out the form to put your address there so we can send you that laptop. Make sure that you go into the chat room ASAP. And if you cannot, email me right away, and I will put you in contact with our amazing customer success team. Jake and Jacob, my homies there, they're always on point helping you out. You don't understand. Like, we really care about you. It's a shock, right? Some companies actually do care about their users. It's crazy, but yeah, this is real. So, folks, thanks for joining. We'll see you in the chat room tomorrow. Have a great night. Have a safe night. Okay. Enjoy. And most importantly, don't forget, balls on your court. Balls on your court. I did everything here. I showed you how it is. I walked the walk. It's time for you to take over, right? Deal expires at midnight. If you have questions, email. So shout out everybody. We'll see you. Good night. See you next time.